Qu'on ouvre les portes.
Let the doors be opened.
Cette chose-là est restée toujours debout quand je parle. Lui, le Premier ministre. Qu'à nous livrer un message du gouvernement.
The Prime Minister has a message from the Governor General.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that Her Excellency the Governor General has seen fit to authorize this chamber to proceed with the election of a Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je désire...
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this House that Her Excellency the Governor General has given the House leave to proceed to the election of a Speaker.
Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, September 26, 2023.
Proceed to the election of the Speaker. Je voudrais, avant de commencer,
Before we begin, I would like to say to Mr. Rota, who preceded me, that I have great admiration for all of the excellent work he accomplished during his 2 terms as Speaker. He was an excellent Speaker. Let us commend him for the great work he did very successfully. Thank you, Speaker.
J'ai été très heureux de remplacer temporairement.
I was very happy to temporarily step into the Speaker's chair. My short term will end today. I had a lot of work, so much work, in fact, that I haven't yet found my limousine or the keys to my official residence, nor to the wine cellar, nor have I found the paperwork to fill out for my salary increase. But you will remember me as the Speaker who served for the least time and cost the least.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté, nous sommes rendus ici.
Before we begin, I want to invite all members, in fact, who should have received by email last night the list of candidates for the speakership.
On our comments, if members wish to consult it before the vote. Avant de procéder,
Before we begin, I want to invite any member whose name is on the list of candidates, but who does not want to stand for election, to rise and inform the chair accordingly.
le député d'Argenteuil.
The member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Merci,
Monsieur le Président, pour votre excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your excellent work. I have given it some thought, and I wish to withdraw my candidacy.
Further to the statement, the list of candidates is revised accordingly. So far, pursuant to Standing Order 3.1, the House must proceed to the speeches from each candidate comme candidat à la présidence.
From each candidate for the speakership.
Nonobstant tout article.
Notwithstanding any standing order or any usual procedure and practice adopted by this House, and to help members identify the candidates for the office of Speaker,
in alphabetical order, each candidate by name and by electoral district. When the last candidate to address the House completes his speech, his or her speech, I will leave the chair for 30 minutes, after which members will proceed to the election of the Speaker.
I will now call upon, in alphabetical order, Mr. Sean Casey, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown. I call upon him to address the House for not more than 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional, unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe, who have been here on these lands for millennia. We recognize the lasting presence of Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit on these lands.
To offer my candidacy as the Speaker of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I've been in the workforce for 34 years. One half of that time has been spent as a litigator. When I was called to the Bar of Prince Edward Island in 1989, the presiding judge, Mr. Justice Gerard Mitchell, as he then was, reminded me that as a member of the Bar, I was an officer of the court, and that my first duty was to the court. Not my clients, not my firm, the court. Throughout my legal career, there were professional differences, robust debates, and aggressive cross-examinations. But the respect for the administration of justice, the professional code of conduct, and the rule of law transcended everything. I offer this comment not to say that we need more lawyers in this House, for God's sakes, we have enough already, but to say that the level of respect for Parliament and the office of the Speaker has taken an incredible beating in this session of Parliament, especially in question period, and it doesn't need to. A vigorous and relentless prosecution of an issue is not made stronger by the repeated flouting of the rules of this place or by defying the Speaker. It denigrates this institution and all of us, its temporary occupants. I believe it's time for a reset, and the election of a Speaker in the middle of a parliamentary session is an historically unique opportunity to do just that. We can do better, and we must. If individual members are willing to be part of a collective effort to restore public confidence in the way we treat each other and the rules of Parliament, then I would be honoured to lead that cause. If, on the other hand, members are comfortable with the current state of decorum and level of respect for the office of the Speaker, please don't vote for me. J'ai été élu pour la première fois.
I was elected to Parliament for the first time in 2011. With great pride, I took my seat over in that corner. When the House was in centre block, I was a member of the Third Party. I spent 4 years as a member of the Third Party, then 4 years as a parliamentary secretary to 3 different ministers. The past 4 years, I have been leader of a standing committee. So all of these experiences inform the action I take. So I will be able to put myself in the shoes of the members of Parliament in this place.
Second were unfortunate, embarrassing, and hurtful. A good man with a deep respect for all of us and for this place acknowledged his mistake and gave up a role that he took extremely seriously as a servant of the House. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Member for Nipissing Témiscamingue for his service and to welcome him back to caucus. C'est maintenant au prochain.
The next speaker must ensure that such an event can never reoccur. The next speaker must ensure that necessary procedures and protocols be applied. It is equally important for the new speaker to unite with communities which were hurt, including Canadians of Jewish origin. I am ready to take the advice of members to lead these efforts.
For their unwavering support in this pursuit, I am immensely grateful to the voters of Charlottetown who have sent me back to Parliament 4 times to be their voice. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, after all the good wishes I received in the riding on the weekend, I really wish they were eligible to vote. I will bring a breadth of experience, tough love, progressive discipline, and a quick wit to the role of Speaker. If honourable members share my view that these are the key ingredients for Parliament at this point in our history, then I humbly ask for their support. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is my mom's birthday, and I know she's watching. Happy birthday, Mom. Thank you.
I will now call upon Mr. Chris D'Entremont, the honourable member of West Nova.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor for me to stand before you today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people to say a few words on my candidacy for Speaker of the House of Commons on the ongoing 44th Parliament. I would first like to express my sincere thanks to the Member of Parliament for Nipissing Temiskaming for all the work that he accomplished as Speaker of the House of Commons over the last 4 years. It hasn't been easy any one of those days. C'est donc pour une seconde fois que je m'adresse.
I speak to you for the second time as candidate for the speakership. Since 2021, some of us have left and some are new to this place.
To be your Speaker. My last 2 years as Deputy Speaker of this House has confirmed my deep desire to continue to work as your Speaker. My experience will assist you in the discharge of your responsibilities. Depuis mon arrivée à la Chambre.
Since my arrival to the House of Commons in 2019, I have gotten to know many of you, colleagues of all parties. This is an essential duty for me, and since I became Deputy Speaker in 2021, I have continued working with you. I thank you for all of the discussions and conversations we've had, and please know that regardless of the result of the vote, I will continue to prioritize friendship and relationships among you, because that is what is most important in this place. Colleagues, I wish to ensure that we can restore dignity and nobility to this place. The Speaker has a duty to ensure that members are respected, that standing orders, procedures, and decorum are prioritized during our parliamentary proceedings. I feel confident that I will be able to take on these duties as Speaker in order to ensure that the important authorities and privileges of this House are upheld.
Honesty and respect, and you can count on me to lead by example. I will exercise my functions in a fair, non-partisan, and firm manner, as it is important for me to protect the right to speak for each one of you in this place. As many of you know by now, I have a very calm French-Acadian demeanor, and I work well with others. In fact, these are traits that are strongly tied to my deep Acadian roots, where we, as Nova Scotian Acadians, have learned, once returning home from exile, to remain calm, be non-confrontational, and continuously strive for consensus no matter the situation we find ourselves in. Let us remember that the last few years have been difficult. Last week was incredible, where we have faced many challenges. Canadians are currently still going through a lot and are looking for stability and strong leadership at the core of our country's democracy. In this regard, I wish to lead an all-party approach and put my skill, ability, and experience to work that enable you, honourable members, to navigate the House of Commons in the safest and most effective way possible while you fulfill your very important responsibilities to Canadians. Je sais que je peux contribuer.
I know that I will be able to make a positive contribution to this House rather than dividing members based on their differences of opinion. The Speaker has a duty to ensure that all members of all parties are respected, that their values are respected. Also, Canada is a bilingual country. It is thus essential that the Speaker of this House be bilingual too. The Speaker must be able to express him or herself in both official languages and must, in fact, understand the language and culture of both of Canada's official languages groups, and I'm able to do so.
To ensure the health of our democracy is preserved and always well respected. It is up to us to elect a Speaker who will truly be a guardian of this chamber. The Speaker has a responsibility and privilege to lead by example at all times. a speaker that has a good handle of the rules, that can make quick decisions so meaningful, structured debate can happen. Que ce Parlement se termine dans quelques mois ou dans 2 ans.
Whether this legislature ends in a few months or in a few years, I want to ensure that this House meets the expectations that Canadians have for their democracy. Most of all, I want to ensure that all of you can take pride in this parliamentary session, knowing that it was positive and respectful.
Deputy Speaker, for the past 2 years, it would be an honor to become your Speaker, to support you in your very important responsibilities. Colleagues, I humbly ask for your vote today. Collègues, je demande humblement.
Colleagues, I humbly ask for your votes today.
Say maybe one of the first orders of duty, whoever becomes Speaker today, is to maybe bring the heat down, and I mean the temperature, because my goodness, is it hot in here today. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
J'invite maintenant
I now recognize Mr. Greg Fergus, Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Days we pay our respects to the Anishinaabe Algonquin people on whose unceded land we stand. Regardless of what part of the country we come from, what political party we belong to, what our political ideas are, the fact is that each of us, every one of us in this chamber, frankly, has a lot more in common than we often care to admit. Nous partageons tous le
We all remember the first time we came through these doors as newly sworn-in members of Parliament. I have children and grandparents, and other than those memories, my first day on the House was also one of the proudest days of my life.
lifelong love for Parliament. At the age of 14, I subscribed to and read Hansard. In 1988, I sat right there at the foot of the Speaker's chair as a parliamentary page, where I was awed by the majesty of this sanctum of democracy, where I learned that every MP from every party, from every region, impressed me with their love for this country and wanting to do better by their people. And I still feel that way 35 years later as I stand here before you asking for your vote to become Speaker of the House of Commons. But what brought us here today requires a response. Words matter. Symbols matter. This I know. And as your Speaker, I will restore quickly the honor, bring back the honor to this chamber. Les événements qui nous rassemblent.
The events which have brought us here today need to be addressed. The words that we use matter. Symbols matter. I know that for a fact. And as your Speaker, I will act swiftly to restore the honor of this place.
And what I vow to work night and day to promote and advance can be summed up in one word: respect. Le respect de notre
the respect for our democracy and its institutions, respect for our electors and for their intelligence, the respect of parliamentary traditions, the respect for the rights and privileges of parliamentarians.
Respect for each other, the way we treat each other, the way we talk to Canadians. In other words, this is all about decorum. I will be a Speaker who is firm, thoughtful, collaborative, consistent, and certainly fair. Comme mon bilan dans cette chambre démontre,
as my track sheet in this House shows, respect will be my motto.
As a steward of the rights and privileges of all elected members, in Parliament and beyond the parliamentary precinct, in fostering and supporting open, frank, honest, and respectful debate in this House, in the administering the services and employees of this House. Et c'est pourquoi.
And this is why I commit to be a ferocious defender of the parliamentary privileges we enjoy, a tireless defender of the best ideas, regardless where they come from, to improve services and resources that we need individually and collectively, to better serve our constituents and thus all of those who live in Canada.
Colleagues, if there is one thing I ask you to remember, it is this. Canadians do look to this House to address their concerns, to respond to their needs, to set the example, to show leadership. At its best, Parliament has lived up to and embodied these high principles. So I ask you for your support as Speaker and to work with me in making respect our goal for what we do here every single day as we take our seat in this hallowed chamber. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Miigwech.
I will now call upon Mrs. Carol Youth, the honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Capuchiki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Nipissing Timiskaming for his service as Speaker of the House. I'd also like to thank people from Kapuskasing who have put their trust in me to represent them for the past 15 years. I'm honoured to be their member.
Acknowledging that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, it's important that we, as representative of the Crown, acknowledge the people whose lands we stand on, the history that this place represents in this context, especially as we just marked the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation this past weekend. We sit here today at a unique moment in the history of this House. It is obviously quite rare for us to discuss the election of a new Speaker in the middle of a Parliament. In fact, this has been done only once before, when former Speaker John Bosley, who was coincidentally the last Speaker appointed to the role rather than elected, resigned to sit in the Progressive Conservative backbenches in 1986. Speaker Bosley, whom you may remember was commemorated in this House last year following his passing, left the position because he was concerned about the erosion of public respect for Parliament and believed he could do more to build that respect from outside of the Speaker's chair. Speaker Bosley was clearly concerned about how this House was being perceived by the Canadian electorate. The erosion of public respect for Parliament is real, and I believe we, the members of this House, all have a responsibility to work towards improving it.
The role of the Speaker as a representative of the House of Commons is to guide people in debate and to manage the rules and traditions that are dear to us. And what is perhaps the most important right now is to maintain order and decorum, to reestablish the public's confidence in the Parliament, as Speaker Bosley did 40 years ago. I think my experience as Deputy Assistant Speaker has prepared me for this role over the past two parliaments, and during the first half of the current Parliament, I did occupy this position. And during my mandate, I was always fair and reasonable in my ability to maintain order within this chamber.
Decisions that maybe at times have not been popular, even with members of my own party, because the duties of the chair demanded it. I have also heard from some members of all parties that they believe I am fair, even-handed, and have been consistent in my application of the rules of this House. When we are here, regardless of what our party affiliation is, the rules are the rules. Speaking of political parties, I know that there is more that binds us together than divides us. We are all here because we love our nation and are all dedicated to see it flourish. We may have different ideas about how to accomplish this goal, and it's vital that we encourage healthy debate to find the common ground. However, I feel, as I'm certain many of you do, that at times members can act in a manner that is challenging for this House. I believe that in those moments we do a disservice to this House and to the Canadians by allowing unhealthy debate to proceed. My commitment to each of you is that you will have your moment to engage in healthy debate, and you will allow your colleagues their moment to a healthy debate without unacceptable interruptions, shouting, or heckling. This is how we rebuild the public's trust and respect for Parliament. I am also looking forward to following in the footsteps of another of our predecessors, the Right Honourable Jean Sauvé, former Governor-General of Canada, who is to this day the only woman who has served as Speaker of the House of Commons. It's been over 40 years since she last presided over this House, and I believe that we must show young women that they too can see themselves represented in our institution, including as Speaker of the House of Commons. In closing, I would like to remind members that Canadians are looking to us to make Parliament work in a way that will deliver results for them. I have shown throughout my years in Parliament that I have the experience, judgment, and temperament necessary for this role that is vital for the functioning of our democracy. Colleagues, this is why I ask for your support. Votre appui.
Your support is greatly appreciated. Thank you. I will now call upon Ms. Elizabeth May, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, to address the House. She is not with us in the chamber, but we're going to listen to her online.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to take the floor today during this extraordinary session. Unfortunately, I am unable to be in the chamber in person.
To be on an airplane at this point in my life due to having a stroke. I am, as you see, thank be to God, quite well recovering, but I cannot participate in person, which means I also can't vote, which is a terrible shame. I participate in this way because I want to make sure that this election for the Speaker takes into account what I think are the essential elements for the next Speaker of the House. Nous devons suivre.
We must follow the standing order.
To walk down that back corridor that we have there behind the Speaker's chair, you'll see the portraits of former Speakers. I do think you should pause in front of the portrait of Lucien Lamoureux, who served this place from 1966 to 1974. He was, I think, the best of all of our speakers. He personified nonpartisanship. In fact, elected as a Liberal in the government of Lester B. Pearson, when he ran for re-election as a sitting Speaker, he did so twice as an independent. He also applied our rules, which meant he wasn't always popular and he wasn't elected. He was able to enforce the rules. Now, everyone who's spoken has said our rules are important, but on a daily basis, we ignore standing orders 16 and 18 that require that we respect one another and that we treat each other with respect. And je pense que les mots...
And I think the words from my colleague, the member for Help colleague, Hel Ulmer, rather, I agree with him entirely. I think that respect is the most important thing. But we all, as usual, we had a approach that ignored the rules.
I do thank the Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming for his service, and the tragedy that unfolded in this place could have been avoided if we'd followed our rules.
We do have rules for the recognition of guests in the gallery for speakers, and in this place, it's clear that the rules were not followed by recognizing this individual.
It's the former Speaker to recognize someone I thought did deserve recognition in our gallery, only to be told that Dr. David Suzuki didn't qualify. So I know the rules represent a steep hill to climb to recognize someone in the gallery. I can't imagine how this happened, but I also agree words aren't enough. That moment in this House brought back the words of the late Irving Abella, that it was in our history easier to gain entry to Canada as a Nazi than as a Jew. I think we have to do more than say we're sorry. I think we have to atone. We have to open up the records of the Duchenne Commission. We actually have to look at our history, just as we do on the Day of Truth and Reconciliation for the injustices and genocide towards Indigenous peoples. On doit suivre.
We have to follow our rules.
Role is essential in being the only person who can decide who speaks in question period. And it's been 40 years. The speaker has broken the rules every single day, regardless of what speaker we're talking about, by accepting a list from a party whip that tells him or her who speaks and in what order. That abomination has moved the system of rewards and punishments from the speaker to the party whip. And the party whips are not the people we want to please if we want this place to operate with respect, to make Canadians look at our House of Commons and think there is a place I respect. That is democracy in action. Nous pouvons
we can try harder, and we can be better. It is truly possible.
And all of those running in this candidacy, in this election, are more than qualified to be good speakers of the House. If it was my honor to fill that role, I can't tell you how overwhelmed I would be. But I think it's not likely, and I encourage you to vote for the person you think will be your best speaker. I pledge my support to the next speaker, whoever is brave enough to go back to following our rules, that only the speaker, as was confirmed when the honourable member for Regina Capel was the Speaker of the House, he confirmed back in April 2013 on a point of order from the late Mark Warra that only the speaker chooses who speaks in question period. It would no doubt improve our proceedings enormously. And with that, I wish you all the best of luck. Bonne chance dans cette...
Good luck.
Je veux dire...
I'd also like to say...
I can't wait to see you all again and give every one of you, really, you know I love you all. I really, really miss you, and I want to give you a big hug. Thank you very much. Best of luck. Bonne chance. God bless you.
I would now call upon Ms. Alexandra Mendez, the Honourable Member for Brossard Saint-Lambert, to address the House. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, it is always a pleasure to find you here, even though these are very sad circumstances. I'd like to thank the member for Nipissing-Temiskaming for his collegiality and for the tremendous work he did accomplish as we were undergoing enormous change here in the chamber. I'm not opposed to anyone here. I'm here because I have some beliefs that I believe will allow us to approach the responsibilities we have as parliamentarians. I think it is essential and even possible to have diplomatic representatives in the Jewish community, for example, to present our apology and excuses. We cannot rewrite history. We have a collective memory that we all share. And there are 338 of us that represent millions of Canadians, and we were selected to create legislation to represent more than ever their future. And I am very aware of the considerable honor to represent people of Lambert. And I also realize that is a responsibility I have since I was first elected.
And depend on the constant quest for truthfulness and the common good. I also believe that one of our responsibilities is to find joy in the work we do. Loving what we do, this place where we do it, and the people that help us do it, for me, are fundamental aspects of a successful parliamentary life. It can't and it shouldn't be all about insults and accusations, about gotcha moments and questionable statements. I associate some of the most meaningful hours I've experienced in this House with debates with members where members strove to find shared goals. Emergency and take note debates, private members' bills and motions, and even some legislative initiatives are often moments where we find our better natures. This is the place where Canada's important conversations should be held, where we seriously debate and humorously disagree. It's a difficult word.
What I have retained from these opportunities is that we're able to go beyond partisanship when the occasion requires it. And sometimes we can spice up rather dry conversations or technical ones.
Is the essential element of parliamentary democracy. No government is immune from the necessary scrutiny of its proposed legislation and its management of the public accounts. But Canadians have told us time and again that they expect us to do this with far more civility than they see in this place every day. Reject me if you must, but should I be given the honor of being elected to the chair, I would strive with all my might to bring dignity to our debates by enforcing the rules that we have all chosen to adhere to. I believe in the rules and regulations that govern the House of Commons. I believe in the office of the Speaker that oversees the functioning and administration of this place. I believe in the clerk and the table officers who guide us and provide us with their knowledge and their independent analysis.
Dignity is a principle close to my heart. No one in this chamber or elsewhere should have to be attacked for their humanity. I'd like to thank the pages that bring us water, and we must have also great respect for the work of our interpreters. Also, the delicacy of the work of table officers must be respected. We all here have one goal: to create good legislation. But joy is also something close to my heart. The joy of music is something very close to my heart as well. As I said 2 years ago, I dream of creating a parliamentary choir, something I've wanted to do for several years.
This place, I've heard people, journalists, staff, sometimes new members, suggest that some of the traditions and rituals we observe are silly or arcane or outdated. I tend to disagree. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to create new rituals that in turn become traditions. This is the people's house, and we are only temporary occupants and guardians of it. Our predecessors have fought hard for our rights as parliamentarians. If you elect me as your speaker, I promise to continue that fight by doing everything in my power to ensure MPs have the safe, productive, and collaborative environment to do the work that they deserve. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would now call upon Mr. Peter Shefke, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, to address the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, Leader of the Bloc Québécois, Leader of the NDP, Leader of the Green Party, dear colleagues and candidates and friends. It is a privilege for me to rise in the House today as an official candidate to the presidency of our House of Commons, to the speakership rather, to present, well, I follow in the path of extraordinary individuals, men and women who presented to serve us all, two of whom are with us today in this chamber, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel and the Honourable Member for Nipissing Timiskaming.
For Speaker means to stand for the candidacy of the custodian and the guardian of this sacred democratic chamber. And it's not lost on me, colleagues, that I do so 71 years after my grandfather, Luis Gonzalez, fled Spain under dictatorial rule, boarding a ship called the Ana Selene in search of a place where he could speak freely and where he could send a representative to speak on his behalf, arriving on the shores of Halifax on December 29, 1952. This past weekend, my daughter Ellie, who just turned 7, came to me and said, "Papa, what are you doing?" And I said to her that I was running for speakership of this place. She's too young to understand what that means. She's too young to fully grasp the significance of the work that we do here every single day, but she will understand it one day. So, colleagues, if you're asking me my 2 reasons for running, to be your 38th speaker, there they are. to be your servant as we honor those that sought this place out in generations past, and to be your servant to help build an even stronger democratic institution for my children, your children, and future generations of Canadians. Colleagues, we're at a pivotal moment in Canadian history. I truly feel that, and through the conversations that I've had with so many of you over the weekend, I know that you feel that way too. We need and have the work ahead of us of rebuilding trust in this place amongst members, of rebuilding trust that Canadians have in this place, of rebuilding trust that our allies and friends around the world have in us. And as your Speaker, that will be my primary priority. First and foremost, I seek to put in place a policy that will ensure due diligence so that when I rise as your Speaker to ask honorable members to rise on behalf of somebody who's in the gallery, that you can do so with trust and with confidence. I pledge to you that within 1 week of being elected your Speaker, I will invite Jewish community leaders from across the country, as well as veterans groups who were also affected by what happened this past Friday, to this place to apologize as your Speaker and on behalf of all members of this House. And colleagues, I pledge that I will send a communique within 1 week of being elected your Speaker to the Honourable Speaker of the Parliament of Ukraine, informing him of my intentions to apologize to him and the members of the Ukrainian Parliament. I believe these to be diligent measures and ones that are necessary, colleagues, if we seek to move on and truly reconcile with what occurred on September 22nd. Just as importantly, colleagues, will be my work to ensure that your right to speak freely in this place is defended. The story goes, colleagues, that the distance between the Right Honourable Prime Minister's desk and the desk of the Leader of the Official Opposition was measured in such a way to be the distance of two dueling individuals, their swords drawn, with 1 inch added in the middle. That inch, colleagues, to symbolize that in this place we solve our differences not through violence, but through discourse and dialogue and debate. Colleagues, as your Speaker, I vow to you to do everything that I can within the powers and the tools available to me as your Speaker to ensure that when you come to this place every single day to do the hard work of Canadians, that you're able to do that, to share your gift, the gift that your constituents saw in you, and the reason for which they sent you here, to be able to share that gift unimpeded and without fear of intimidation. Chers collègues, depuis 2015,
Dear colleagues, since 2015, I've had the privilege of working with you as proud member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, as parliamentary secretary for 4 different files, and as chair of a committee. For those of you I had the pleasure of working with, I hope you've seen that I am fair. I am transparent. And I come here every day to work with you, regardless of political party, so that we can find solutions to improve Canadians' quality of life. Dear colleagues, I want to sincerely thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today.
To speak before you today, and I hope that you will give me the grand honor of being the 38th Speaker of this House of Commons. Merci.
Before I suspend the sitting for 30 minutes, may I bring to your attention, that the bells will call the members back in the House will not sound not more than 5 minutes. The sitting is suspended to the call of the chair for 30 minutes. Conformément aux dispositions du règlement, la Chambre va maintenant procéder à l'élection du président.
Pursuant to standing orders, the House will now proceed to elect a speaker.
Pour ce faire, on va y aller avec cela.
Oui. Vous pouvez vous asseoir, il va venir.
Chers gendarmes, on va venir me présenter. No, Rabbit. The names of the eligible candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order.
After the clerk has opened the envelope containing the ballots, I will suggest a method of proceeding which will help to accelerate the voting process. Nous allons maintenant commencer à voter sur. We are now prepared to begin to vote according to the provisions of Standing Order 4. Please allow me to outline the procedure for all honourable members.
The names of the candidates for the election are listed on the ballot on alphabetical order. To vote, you must rank the candidate in the order of preference, placing the number 1 in the space next to your first choice candidate, the number 2 next to your second choice candidate, and so on, until you have ranked all candidates from whom you wish to vote. Please note that it's not necessary to rank all candidats. Prenez note qu'il n'est pas nécessaire de numéroter.
Please note that it is not necessary to rank all candidates. In order to vote, I will ask that members leave their desk, exit through the curtains, and come to the table using the doors on the left and on the right side of the chair, on their respective side of the House. A clerk will issue to each member a ballot paper. After casting their ballot,
Casting your ballot. Les députés sont priés de s'éloigner.
After casting your ballot, honourable members are asked to leave the voting area.
Voting area. Les députés.
The polling booths are now open.
The polling booths are now open to vote. No. Alors, order. Je demanderai aux honorables députés qui n'ont pas encore voté et qui veulent le faire de s'avancer immédiatement.
If there are any honourable members who have not voted and wish to do so, will they please vote now?
Who have not voted and wish to do so, will they please vote now?
Monsieur Beaulieu. Je vais vérifier avec Alex.
Tous les députés ayant
All members having voted, I do now instruct the clerk
with the counting of the ballots après que j'aurai moi-même
after I have cast my ballot.
Before I suspend the sitting, je signale aux députés
I bring to the attention of honorable members that, when the counting of the ballots has been completed, the bells to call the members back to the House will be sounded.
is suspended to the call of the chair. À l'ordre.
Order.
J'ai maintenant
It is my duty to inform the House that a Speaker of this House has been duly elected. Before announcing the name of the successful candidate, I wish to explain how the next few minutes will unfold.
of the vote has been announced. I will ask that the Speaker-elect proceed to the front of the bar of the House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition will then proceed to escort the new elected Speaker from there to take the chair. Et voilà le moment.
And now the big moment.
Inform the House that the Honourable il est maintenant demandé.
It is my duty to now inform the House that the Honourable Member for Hull Elmer has been elected as Speaker.
C'est celui-là, là? OK. Alors, on va laisser le...
Let us welcome the new Speaker of the House of Commons.
Vous me donnerez ça tout à l'heure. Félicitations.
Congratulations.
À l'ordre.
Order. Honourable members, I beg to return my humble acknowledgements to the House for the great honour you have been pleased to confer upon me by choosing me to be your Speaker. Before we get started, I would just like to thank several people and all of you. First, I'd like to start with the Honourable Member for Bécancour Nicolet Sorel, the Dean of the House. This Dean of the House, who's had a long career here at the House of Commons of 39 years, he's inspiring for us all. There are young people who have just arrived in 2021 and others who have arrived recently during by-elections. And you have before you inspiration for us all, someone who's close to their electorate, their riding, and someone who has served with great integrity since 1984. So congratulations. Perhaps you don't remember, in 1988, I came here as a parliamentary page, and I had the pleasure of serving that gentleman water and to deliver messages on paper. He was kind, upright at the time, and he still is today. He still is, even more so. And I hope that I will have the opportunity to beat your record, at least in this chair, for more than 5 days. But we'll see. We'll start with this afternoon.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues who stood to let their names stand to become Speaker of the House of Commons. Let us all give them a huge round of applause. They are amazing Canadians. They have served this House, especially the speakership team. The two assistant speakers and the deputy speaker in particular have served this House very well and with great honor and integrity. And I hope to continue to count on your sage advice and your support as we move forward for the rest of this Parliament. I'm really looking forward to working collaboratively with all of you. And thank you for the applause. I know that in politics, the there are only two times when people give you a strong applause and they're happy to see you: the day you arrive, and of course the day you leave. The Speaker, to use the old hockey analogy, is nothing more than a referee. And if there's one thing I know, is that nobody pays good money to go see the referee. They go to see the stars, you, the players on the ice, les hommes et les femmes.
The men and the women who have practiced in the minor leagues for quite some time, and you've practiced at home with your families, and who have found themselves here in this chamber. My role as Speaker is to reassure that the standing orders and rules will be followed, so you can take on what I hope is a friendly and respectful debate and passionate debate here in this House.
Earlier, in my speech to you all, respect is a fundamental part of what we do here. We need to make sure that we treat each other with respect, that we show Canadians the example. Because there can be no dialogue unless there's a mutual understanding of respect. That there can be no ability to pursue the arguments, to make your points be heard, unless we all agree to extend to each other that sense of respect and decorum. So I'm going to be working hard on this, and I need all of your help to make this happen, because this is the place where hard debates will happen. This
is the place where we can have passionate debate. Passionate and respectful debate. Starting soon today, I will meet the table officers. I will meet with the deputy speakers, in order to decide how we're going to proceed in the coming months, in order to make sure, I'm thinking as I speak, to really set the record straight. We have to follow the rules of the House of Commons. And when we follow them, we will have a fruitful debate, important debate, and it will give us the opportunity to proceed with mutual respect.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci pour votre...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your trust. I hope that I will earn it over the coming years. I hope I will have the opportunity to speak with each one of you, to get to know you better. And in this way, we will really set an example for all Canadians. We want to show them that politics is a noble profession. Thank you, and I wish you the greatest success.
L'honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Très honorable.
Right Honourable.
Mon premier erreur.
My first mistake. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président, au nom du gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government and all members in this House, I wish to congratulate you for your election. I also want to thank everyone who ran. Thank you for answering the call when it was time to keep our democracy strong and healthy.
Speaker, today you are the first Black Canadian to become Speaker of this House. Inspiring for all Canadians, especially younger generations who want to get involved in politics. Congratulations. This House is the home of Canadian democracy. Members of Parliament come from every corner of the country to represent their communities. Canadians from coast to coast to coast elect us to work hard for them and to be their voices in this place. They elected us to deliver results to help make their lives better. This remains our #1 job. And the only way we can make progress is by working together, by respecting each other. La Chambre des communes est un endroit pour...
The House of Commons is a place for debating ideas. It's normal that we don't always agree with our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, we elected you to help us to be civil in our debates, to remind us that we are all here for the same reason, which is to serve Canadians.
Sequential times for Canada and for the world. We must continue to work together to make life more affordable, to build more homes, to keep our democracy strong, to fight climate change and power the clean economy of tomorrow. On doit continuer notre travail pour
We have to continue our work to ensure that the promise of Canada is held, the promise to improve every generation's quality of life.
Sequential times, Canadians expect us all to work together to deliver results. They expect us to behave to the highest standards. Mr. Speaker, I know you will help us rise to meet this moment. Canada is the best country in the world.
Hear, hear.
Let's keep working all together to make it even better.
Je me reconnais.
I now recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Et félicitations.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
Into. I know that you have strong enough arms for the job because I had the difficult task of dragging you all the way to that chair, and we thought for a moment that you'd changed your mind when you took a turn to congratulate one of our colleagues on this side. But it is an incredible achievement to serve in the role that Parliament has bestowed upon you. C'est un honneur pour tous et
It's an honor for everyone to serve here in the House of Commons. Every single one among us is proud to have the responsibility of working for about 100,000 people among the general public. Sometimes, however, we forget how it works. Sometimes we think the Prime Minister is in charge and the House of Commons is underneath and the people are on the bottom, but it's quite the opposite. The public is actually in charge of our democracy. We are their servants, and the government must serve parliamentarians.
Parliament was invented. And the reason that these floors and seats are green is because the first commoners met in fields. They were the peasants and the farmers who were tired of having their crops taxed away by an impossibly cruel crown. And they gathered to force King John to sign the Magna Carta, the Great Charter, which of course restrained the power of the crown. And today, we have a similar circumstance with a government that is excessively powerful and costly, that has overburdened the population, created unprecedented strain, particularly on middle class and working class peoples, who are now forced, in many cases, to live in tents, to lose their homes, who are skipping meals. We have 7 million who cannot afford food because of the inflationary taxes imposed upon that food by an overly greedy government. And so now more than ever, the role of Parliament in restraining the power of the Prime Minister is primordial. And we will continue to carry out that role proudly on the floor of this House of Commons, because we will always remember that we are servants and not masters of the nation. And, Mr. Speaker, we will do it with common sense. Now, why is this important? I hear some members of the government who don't like the sound of the word common sense, and we can understand why they wouldn't. But isn't it interesting that this is called the House of Commons for a reason? Common wisdom, Our common resources, our common heritage, and our common future is determined by the people elected to serve in this place. And we must always do it with common sense. The common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Your home, my home, our house. Let's bring it home.
I'd like to recognize the leader for the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to talk about the person who presided over the House, the member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. I want to thank him.
Vous savez, il a été un exemple, justement.
He was a fine example of impartiality. And before I congratulate you, I want to congratulate candidates who were on the list today and who ensured that our choice was difficult. They are great parliamentarians. They are effective and great debaters. And now I wish to talk about you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate you on my behalf and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. We're very pleased to see you on the throne. We're happy to see you there. Every speaker before you had a challenge. They had to go from one seat or one function where one had to be partisan, perhaps very partisan sometimes. When becoming speaker, one had to set partisanship aside and take on the vestments of impartiality. I am sure that you will fulfill that role and that you will be impartial. This will allow Parliament to do great work for the Canadian public, which it does expect of us. I have every confidence that you will be an impartial arbiter, if we stick to the hockey analogy, and on my behalf and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we offer you all our cooperation. Of course, I can't forget my whip and the leader who will work with you. I'm looking forward to working together so that ideas take first place and take first place above everything in this House.
Merci pour ces bons commentaires.
Thank you for those comments. I now wish to recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Premièrement, au nom des...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the New Democrats, I want to congratulate you for your victory today. I also am looking forward to the work, or rather, I want to congratulate you for the work that you have done as a parliamentarian, member for Hull-Aylmer since 2015. I want to say, I think many of the members are saying the same thing. You're a person who has always given a great smile, said hello to everyone.
Without much exception, you're one of the friendliest members of Parliament. It's great to see you in this chair now. Congratulations. I know it's been said, but I want to just underline what having you elected means. First of all, I want to acknowledge the humility that you express, that people don't come to a match to watch the referee, they come to watch the stars. I think you started off with a message of humility, which is very powerful. But I also want to acknowledge the incredible weight that you now bear and the incredible feat that you've achieved. Now when people walk the halls of this place, when they look at the pictures on the walls, and they're reminded of some of the great achievements of Canada, some of the grave errors that we've made as a nation, they're one day going to see your face. on the walls of this chamber. And what that's going to mean to kids visiting from far and wide who come to the capital city, there's going to be kids who maybe have come here and not seen themselves reflected on the walls. And that's going to change now. That's very powerful. And I know you know how important that is, and it brings me to my next point, and that is the incredible role that you're now going to have to play, Mr. Speaker, to restore the honor of this chamber, something you mentioned in your speech as well. We know there's going to be, rightly so, increased attention on all parliamentarians and on this House. And I have no doubt that you will be able to satisfy your responsibilities with the utmost capacity, but it is indeed an increased responsibility. I also know that there are deep concerns about divisions in politics and the polarization of debate. And while vigorous debates are of course important, there is a certain tone and there's a certain decorum that must be upheld. And when I think about kids visiting, again, I come back to kids visiting this place, and sometimes school kids looking over and watching the elected officials of this country engaging in debate, I'm embarrassed sometimes that kids are watching people yelling out outlandish things, acting as if it's cool to be yelling at someone while they're speaking. And I hope that you can restore some of that decorum. I think it's important. Everyone's going to have their chance to share their viewpoints, but I think it should be done in a way where people are able to express that, and then once they're done, they sit down, someone else can respond and rebut. And I hope that you can create that decorum, restore the prestige of this place, and restore confidence in the important work that happens here. Thank you so much for putting your name forward. Congratulations on being elected. Look forward to working with you. Bravo.
I understand that there is unanimous consent to allow the member for Kitchener South to take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to all my colleagues for this opportunity to give you my congratulations. First of all, I want to say a big thank you on behalf of the Green Party caucus to the member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel, for their excellent work as interim speaker last week.
Mr. Speaker, turning to you, it is a joy to see you in that chair and to address you for the first time in that way. I deeply appreciate the words you shared with us just hours ago, highlighting how important respect is in this place. That yes, we may have different opinions across the country, that yes, the debate here may be difficult at times, but that Canadians expect that this can be a place where parliamentarians can come together to elevate the quality of debate to make progress on what they care about most. And I have no doubt that with you in that chair, with the support of all parliamentarians here, and certainly on behalf of the Green Party caucus, that you will be well supported to ensure that that continues to be the case. That while this may be at times a toxic place, it doesn't have to be that way, and that I know you will ensure that the debate is elevated here. On behalf of the Green Party caucus, once again, I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
I have a second opportunity to do this correctly. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor-General that the House shall present their Speaker later this day in the chamber of the Senate to receive Her Excellency's approval. Monsieur le Président, je désire informer la Chambre qu'il plaît.
Mr. Speaker, I desire to inform the House that it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor-General to present the new Speaker to the Senate, where Her Excellency will give her approval.
En conséquence, la séance est...
Consequently, the sitting is suspended. until the call of the chair.
Thanks, Steve.
I know. What other possible we can talk about?
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message de Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale.
Fais entrer le message.
Admit the messenger.
Do I do anything here?
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House immediately attend the Senate chamber.
The pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House attend her immediately in the chamber of the Senate.
12.
Order.
J'ai l'honneur de...
I have the honor to report that the House, having attended on Her Excellency, the Governor-General, in the Senate chamber, I informed Her Excellency that the choice of Speaker had fallen upon me.
Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:01, pursuant to order made on Thursday, September 28, 2023, the House will now proceed to statements by members, followed by oral questions and by the daily routine of business.
Déclaration de...
Statements by members.
Député de...
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Speaker, congratulations on your election. Today, I wish to share the eyewitness account of a humanitarian emergency from an Armenian Canadian and a resident of Don Valley North, Rupen Jabazian. Mr. Jabazian recounts, in the past few days, myself and my wife have witnessed the unimaginable hardship of people of Arzak trying to escape the Azerbaijani-controlled region, which has undergone mass ethnic cleansing over the last 2 weeks. The journey from Arzak to Armenia normally takes under 2 hours, now took 30 to 50 hours. I've witnessed families arriving with everything they could take from their home, strapped onto the roof of their car, and inside stuffed with 8 to 10 people. My wife and I are currently hosting a family of 15 who escaped from Arzak, and they are my dear friend's family. He has been missing since the explosion at a crowded gas station near Stepanakert, Arzak's capital, left scores of people dead and injured. My people are enduring a brutal ethnic cleansing, and in this era of technical advancement, this atrocity is unfolding in real time on people's smartphones and computers. Yet,
the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Congratulations again, Mr. Speaker.
We can do more. Canadians can do more. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate Indo-Caribbean World on its 40th anniversary, which published its first edition on September 14, 1983. It has succeeded in its mission to become the voice for an underrepresented and largely unrecognized Indo population in the growing Caribbean diaspora in Canada. I would like to recognize the founder and publisher, Harry Ramkelwan, and editor Romeo Kaseram for their excellent work and achievement. Their team informs and educates not only the growing community, but all of Canada about the Indo-Caribbean, Caribbean, and our Canadian subcontinental roots. Indo-Caribbean World plans to stay committed to its 40 years of history, philosophy, in bringing the voices from the margin into the center, and to continue contributing to building a glorious and free Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the invaluable work of the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health, CAMI, and to recognize the significance of this week, October 1st to 7th, as Mental Illness Awareness Week. For over 2 decades, CAMI has been a steadfast advocate for those living with mental health challenges, working tirelessly to reduce stigma, increase awareness, and advocate for improved and expanded mental health and substance youth health services. Their dedication to this critical cause has positively impacted countless lives across Canada. Earlier today on Parliament Hill, CAMI was proud to announce the 2023 Champions of Mental Health. I'm happy to commend and welcome the 7 individuals and organizations who have demonstrated exceptional commitment to advancing mental health in Canada. Their relentless efforts create lasting change in their communities and improve the lives of many. Together, we can create a more accessible and inclusive society where mental health is a priority.
There you go.
The Honourable Member for London Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour the life of Seamus Grew, whose life was tragically cut short in July of this year after a long and courageous battle with ALS. Seamus was born in 1944 in Ireland. Although certainly proud of his Irish roots, he was a proud Canadian to be sure and made a great contribution to this country. It was here where he worked as a public servant for the City of Toronto, but it was also here where he was known to Canadians for his first passion, which was music. He was the founder of the Carlton Show Band, a band that entertained particularly the Irish diaspora, but beyond, Canadians across the country. And that band won a Juno Award, in fact, Mr. Speaker, for their efforts. I had the opportunity to know Seamus because he was the father of one of my closest friends, Kevin, and so I saw the love that he felt for his family up close. His wife, Maureen, their 6 kids, 10 grandchildren, can be very proud of the man he was. Seamus, Canada was better because of you. Thank you very much for who you were. We miss you.
The Honourable Member for Betancourt, Nicolas Sorel. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday, Gaspé lost one of its strongest advocates. Former member Reynald de Blay has passed away at the age of 69. He was elected 3 times the member for Gaspé-Île-de-la-Madeleine, and he was the voice from 2004 to 2011 for his region in the House of Commons. He was a member of the Bloc Québécois caucus, where I had the honor of knowing him. He was known, among other things, for being a strong speaker on behalf of the fishers in the eastern Quebec area, grappling with a federal government out of touch with their reality. The Bloc remembers a real man who worked in the trenches, a proud regionalist in love with his Gaspé region. He was an advocate for his people in Ottawa, as he was at home as a radio journalist and a union representative. Although he left the House in 2011, he never entirely left politics, and he worked hard until recently as an advisor. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to offer my condolences to his loved ones, as well as to all that region who loved him so much. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month in Canada. It is an opportunity to reflect and honour the efforts and dedicated work of countless women dans le mouvement féministe. One such actor is the Montreal Council of Women, who I joined this weekend to celebrate their 130th anniversary. MCW has played a pivotal role, not only in empowering women, but encouraged them to be vectors for change and progress. In fact, 3 decades after the inception of MCW, we witnessed the resilience, strength, and courage brought on by the famous 5 women, Parlby, McKinney, McClug, Murphy, and Edwards, who spoke up, argued before the courts, and were instrumental in gaining women the right to vote. Utilisons ce mois de l'histoire des femmes.
Using this Women's History Month to highlight the contributions of women in every sphere of our society, and they continue to work to ensure that women can have opportunities and the rights that they deserve. The Honourable Member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the morning of this past September 12th, Dwayne, Leonard, Brian, and Tim left Fleur-de-Lis Harbour for a day of cod fishing, like so many others along the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador that day. Little did they know that 3 of them would not return alive, including Tim, who is still missing. While the sea gives so much to sustain us, words from a song by the band Simoni, who often played in Fleur-de-Lis, sum it up. The Newfoundland story of Lost to the Sea was told as so often before. I personally knew most of the boys and their families, as did many on the Beaver Peninsula, where the hurt from this tragedy will linger for years to come. A special thank you to those involved in the search and rescue, and I express condolences on behalf of the House of Commons to the families of Leonard Walsh, Brian Walsh, and Tim Shea. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and with Dwayne Barrett, the sole survivor.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This past Sunday, on October the 1st, Ukraine celebrated the Day of Defenders of Ukraine, a day that honors the bravery, sacrifice, and resilience of the men and women who are defending their homeland against Russia's aggression. Defenders of Ukraine have faced numerous challenges and threats, yet they have remained steadfast in their commitment to safeguarding their nation's sovereignty, freedom, and democracy. As we remember and honor the Day of Defenders of Ukraine, let us also reaffirm our support for a peaceful and prosperous Ukraine. Let us stand together in solidarity, working towards a future of victory and justice, where the principles of democracy and human rights are upheld. To this end, I would like to invite fellow MPs to join me tonight to celebrate the Day of Defenders of Ukraine at 6:30 p.m. in the Valor Building. May we say thank you to all of those in the front lines of Ukraine and those helping them to persevere. Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. On October 1st, it was the 63rd anniversary of independence, and it was well celebrated despite all the problems and challenges for this tiny country. It has become a modern and democratic country with a high standard of living. This country got its independence in 1960 after a long battle, and only 14 years later it was invaded by Turkey. That still occupies a third of the country. Cyprus is a member of the European Union, the Commonwealth, and the Francophonie, and has excellent relations with Canada and all our allies.
And celebrate Canada's contribution and the 25,000 Canadians who served as peacekeepers in Cyprus, with some continuing to serve to this day. Close ties and alliances are critically important for all countries. We see what is happening in Ukraine and to Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh, and we should work with all our allies, friends, and the United Nations to make sure that this type of aggression stops.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Deneste, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, everything in Canada feels broken. Canadians do not feel safe in their communities, and life is now unaffordable for many. On my recent travels in northern Saskatchewan, I was reminded of this again when I found a $17 jug of milk, a $41 bag of flour, and a $4 can of mushroom soup. Everything on every shelf everywhere has a huge freight cost. Mr. Speaker, what will these basic necessities cost if this NDP Liberal government gets to their 61-cent a litre tax on fuel? I will tell you, the lives of people in northern Saskatchewan and all Canadians will not be better off. But there is hope on the horizon. Under the direction of the Conservative leader, we can put the pieces back together. He will lead a government that lives within its means, leaves more in your pockets, protects its citizens, and lets you feel safe again in the Canada we know and love. Mr. Speaker, for all Canadians, let's bring it home.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, each year as the leaves change color and the air turns crisp, Vaughan residents, friends, neighbours gather to celebrate Thanksgiving and the harvest season at the Woodbridge Fall Fair. This year the fair is celebrating its 176th anniversary, older than Canada itself. And just as every year since the start in 1847, the fair embodies the essence of Thanksgiving. The fair offers something for everyone. That's why it attracts over 10,000 visitors every year. As you stroll through the fairgrounds, you witness the hard work and dedication of local farmers, vendors, and volunteers. This Thanksgiving, I would like to invite everyone to create a new family tradition and visit the Woodbridge Fall Fair at the beautiful Woodbridge Fairground. The annual event serves as a reminder to reflect on the many blessings we've received with gratitude, to appreciate the abundance of the land, and to acknowledge the efforts of those who work tirelessly to provide for our communities. Mr. Speaker, from my family to yours, happy Thanksgiving. We look forward to seeing you at the Woodbridge Fall Fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if you know, though, Mr. Speaker, monthly mortgage payments on a typical family home are now a crushing $3,500 per month. And when the leader of the official opposition was housing minister, homes were attainable and affordable. Now it takes 25 years to save up for a down payment in a city like Toronto. Some families have even had to stretch out the terms of their mortgages to a shocking 90 years. And some just can't make their payments anymore. Take Cora Cook, a Barrie, Ontario woman who bought a home in January of 2022 and was forced to sell when her monthly mortgage payments jumped to $2,800 a year to just over $6,000 a year. After selling belongings and holding garage sales, Cora and her husband just couldn't hang on anymore and were forced to sell. For those clinging on to their homes, time is running out. Our Common Sense plan will cut the waste and cap spending so Canadians can once again keep their homes.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the day the Online Streaming Censorship Act was introduced, I was free to produce a live stream video on Facebook warning Canadians about the threat to freedom of speech. The Internet gave each citizen the freedom, the power, and the will to become a newscaster, podcaster, or an independent digital creator. For nearly a century, the government and a few powerful media companies controlled the flow of information and money in Canada. A free and open internet represented a threat to the rich and powerful. So on behalf of the rich and powerful, the Liberals took action to crack down on the free and open internet. The Online Streaming Censorship Act will force podcasters the Prime Minister doesn't agree with out of Canada. This urge to censor is rooted in a malignant narcissism that views any opposition as intolerable and deplorable. Only Conservatives will bring home a free and open internet.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, today is the 350th anniversary of the city of Châteauguay. From the seigneury offered to Charlemagne to the city that it is today, it is our shared history that is being celebrated on this important anniversary, 350 years of courage, solidarity, and community.
History represents our many stories and shared history. Many thanks to all those who have contributed to building this magnificent and prosperous community. Riche du passé.
A rich past, a proud present, and a confident future. Happy 350th Châteauguay.
50th Châteauguay.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, I rise to recognize October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Despite recent progress, breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer among Canadian women. Last year alone, some 29,000 Canadians were diagnosed with breast cancer, and almost 6,000 died from this disease. We must act now to improve prevention, early detection, treatment, and support for patients and their families. New Democrats recently pushed this government to launch an expedited review of Canada's breast screening guidelines. Experts have called the current approach outdated and dangerous, and it must change. I'm also pleased to inform the House that the Health Committee has unanimously adopted my motion to study women's health for the first time in decades. This will include a specific focus on breast screening and cancers. Working together, we can reduce the number of people diagnosed, decrease mortality, and improve the quality of life for all Canadians affected by breast cancer.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Fun for Lush is 100 years old. Actress Kim Yaroskelskaya is the unforgettable Femme Fatouche of my generation and the beloved grandmother for generations of Passepartout fans, and she celebrated her 100th birthday. When Femme Fatouche read us her fantastical tales in her animated voice, we were captivated, and it made us really want to read. Kim Yaroskelskaya has the rare talent of awakening imaginations. I'm still frightened when I remember the episode of La Petite aux Pattes de Poule, or The Hut with Chicken Feet. This venerable anniversary is an opportunity to appreciate the life of this immigrant woman who made her way into our culture. She even became a cultural reference, both in theater and TV. Her entire life was a beautiful tale told in her own way, and the best thing is that it continues to be written thanks to her beloved family and all of Quebec. Many thanks, and a happy 100th anniversary.
The Honourable Member from Tobique-Machakwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout Atlantic Canada, people are hurting. The soaring cost of living and never-ending carbon tax increases are eating away at their pocketbooks and their morale. I see it on the furrowed brow of the farmer who has seen their input costs go through the roof. I see it on the face of a single mom who is trying to put food on her table and get her kids to school and practice. I see it in the eyes of the young couples who have seen their dream of home ownership slip further and further away. And I see it in our seniors whose incomes are fixed and who are staring down another long, cold winter, wondering whether or not they will have enough to buy food or even keep the heat on. I see it in all Canadians. They're tired and burdened, but that's what happens when the government taxes the farmer who grows the food, then taxes the trucker who ships the food. You end up taxing every Canadian who buys the food. But, Mr. Speaker, I have hope, and help is on the way. When Canadians elect common sense Conservatives, we will axe the tax, make life more affordable, and bring hope for all Canadians. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I Want You to Know is a photo essay co-produced by Dense Breast Canada, Waterloo photographer Hilary Gold, and Waterloo-based breast cancer survivor Ellen Winters Robinson. It brings together the images and voices of 31 Canadians affected by breast cancer to drive awareness and action, and to send a powerful message to all Canadians that we each must take responsibility for our breast health and be prepared to advocate for ourselves. We believe this photo essay is one of the most inclusive campaigns of its kind and features individuals from across the country, aged 26 to 73, all stages of the disease, all genders, ethnicities, and lived experiences. The photo essay can be viewed in its entirety on the Dense Breast Canada website, and a portrait will be released on their social media each day of October in recognition of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian I know has personally or through a loved one experienced this horrible disease. Together, we can do something about it. Please check out the I Want You to Know photo essay campaign. Thank you.
Colleagues, before we begin my first question period, please treat me like that new car and don't give it a dent on the first day. Questions orales.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We'll keep the car on the right side of the road, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, we see the cost of living going up. The National Payroll Institute has indicated that 63% are spending all their paychecks, and 30% of Canadians are spending more than their pay every month. This is a national emergency. Will the government finally refund the taxes they've charged so that Canadians can keep their homes and feed themselves? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We hear the concerns of Canadians, and we are taking action. This is what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that thousands of new homes are built thanks to our scrapping of the GST on new construction. We're creating thousands of good jobs for the middle class, and we're taking care of the environment with projects like the Northvolt factory in Quebec. We're also taking action to stabilize grocery prices, and we will continue to work every day to make Canadians' lives more affordable. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He has increased taxes and inflationary deficits that are causing food prices to rise. And last month, he announced amid great fanfare that he was going to take action by Thanksgiving to bring down prices. But now we're realizing that it can cost up to $100 for a turkey. Will he reduce the cost of turkey before Thanksgiving in 6 days? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, a number of weeks ago, our Minister of Innovation brought together the CEOs of the major grocery chains to talk about how we're going to stabilize food prices for Canadians. This is work that we will keep working on to make sure that Canadians can afford groceries this weekend and for all weekends to come. At the same time, we're taking steps like we did with the grocery rebate, like we did with childcare subsidies, and we will always be there to help make life more affordable for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is not worth the cost. According to the National Payroll Institute, there is a, quote, financial storm gathering. They also describe it as a national emergency, as 63% of Canadians are spending their entire paycheck, and 30%, are spending more than their paycheck, forced to eat up their savings or go into debt. Will the Prime Minister reverse his inflationary debt and taxes so that Canadians can eat, heat, and house themselves?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
So we shouldn't be investing to have Canadians' backs through the pandemic, that we shouldn't be there for families. And they continue to say we shouldn't be sending low and middle income Canadians support to send their kids to the dentist. We're going to continue to be there for Canadians because we know people are facing challenging times because of the global context. That's why we're building thousands more homes by cutting the GST on construction of new apartments. We're creating thousands of good middle-class jobs and cleaning our environment with projects like Northvolt in Quebec. And we're making life more affordable for Canadians by working to stabilize grocery prices and having delivered the grocery rebate. We've got lots more to do, and we're going to keep doing it for Canadians.
Hear, hear. Please don't keep doing anything he's doing, Mr. Speaker. In fact, he talks about grocery prices. A month ago, he held a big photo op where he claimed that he would stabilize grocery prices before Thanksgiving. Well, the news is out that a Thanksgiving turkey now costs as much as $120 for one. Wow. Mr. Speaker, it is now 6 days until Thanksgiving. Will the Prime Minister promise to bring the price of turkey back down to normal levels before people eat the turkey on Monday?
I would like to remind members to please wait until the Speaker has recognized them before starting your answer or asking your question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of weeks ago, our Minister of Industry brought together the heads of all the large grocery chains in Canada to address directly the challenges that Canadians facing around high food prices. It is not right that Canadians be as squeezed as they are right now, and that's why we're taking action. We continue to also take action on investing in housing as Canadians need more and more supply, which is why we've eliminated the GST on new rental construction, why we've incentivized communities to move forward on greater densification. We're continuing to respond to the needs of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That wasn't his promise. His promise wasn't to have meetings and to read off talking points. His promise was an affordable Thanksgiving. Well, Thanksgiving is now 6 days away, and turkeys are going for $120, Mr. Speaker. $120 at some outlets. Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. So can he tell us, given that it was his promise to create an affordable Thanksgiving dinner, how much will that dinner cost an average family of four this Monday? How much?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, as we've seen consistently, Canadians are facing real challenges. That is why we have consistently stepped up with measures to support Canadians, whether it's bringing in a reduction of 50% on childcare, which Conservatives campaigned against, that has saved thousands of dollars a year to many families, whether it's moving forward with a grocery rebate, whether it's moving forward with dental benefits for low-income and middle-income families that can't offer those to their kids. These are things that Conservatives voted against. We will continue to be there. We're working with the large grocery companies to increase competition and stabilize food prices.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada revealed last week that there were nearly 500,000 non-permanent residents in Quebec in July, an increase of more than 150,000 over a year ago. This increase is Ottawa's responsibility. We may be the most welcoming people in the world in Quebec, the most open to immigration, but at some point you've got to face facts. We just can't handle 500,000 non-permanent residents. Public services can't keep up. Will the government finally revisit its targets sensibly so we can settle these people properly? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know full well that immigration is essential to help businesses find workers they need, but also to grow our economy. We will continue to strengthen our system for the sake of communities all across the country, including Francophone communities. This is good not only for our economy, but also for the future of our communities. We will continue to work with the Government of Quebec to ensure that we can resettle people here and get them to work and make the country more prosperous for everyone. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Immigration Minister, Christine Fréchette, has called on the federal government to wake up. She says these numbers are a game changer. Mr. Speaker, Quebec controls its permanent immigration, not its temporary immigration. That's up to the federal government. With 500,000 non-permanent residents in Quebec alone, the pressure is getting to be too much for our education system and our capacity to enculturate and house people. Will the government lower its targets? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would recommend to my friend that he listen to what businesses and universities and communities are saying all across Quebec. They need workers. They want to bring people in from all around the world, and they want to enculturate them and foster their success. We will continue to work hand in hand with the Government of Quebec to create a more prosperous future for all Quebecers and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Canadians are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Whether you're a senior being rental evicted, someone who is unhoused in an encampment, or a young family dreaming of owning their own home. The Liberals claim they want to see more affordable homes built faster. Yet it is the Liberals who have rejected offers of municipal land and provincial and territorial money from British Columbia and Nunavut to build homes. So talk is cheap. Empty promises won't house people. Will the Prime Minister commit to funding these projects to build homes family desperately need?
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that recently, alongside British Columbia and the City of Vancouver, the member for Vancouver Centre announced the groundbreaking for the construction of 154 new affordable housing units close to transit. This new building in the heart of Davie Village will also house Community, a nonprofit org providing access to safe and secure services for individuals and families living with HIV/AIDS. This is what we can accomplish when we work together, ensuring Vancouverites can live close to where they work and access the services they need.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. That's another completely out-of-touch answer, Mr. Speaker. Families renewing their mortgages in the next few months are heading straight for a wall. Liberal and Conservative inaction has resulted in the loss of over 1 million affordable housing units. And all the while, the government is giving the Bank of Canada the power to raise interest rates without worrying about the impact on people. That's the Liberal record. Families who can't even afford their own homes. It just doesn't make sense. Why hasn't the Prime Minister given the Bank of Canada a clearer mandate to avoid this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, here on this side of the House, we will always respect the independence of the Bank of Canada, but we know that Canadians are grappling with the cost of housing, and that's why we've taken action on a number of fronts. We eliminated the GST on new construction. More and more houses will be built more quickly by cooperating with the municipalities, and we're helping Canadians save on the purchase of a new home with a tax-free savings account for first home buyers. We would encourage all our partners to take bolder action to make housing more affordable.
Thornhill.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Are at historic lows. That was the Prime Minister just 3 years ago. He told people to keep borrowing while his government kept spending. Now, the number of Canadians saying they're facing financial stress has jumped 20% in a single year. The National Payroll Institute found that 63% of working Canadians said they had nothing left at the end of the month, and 30% spend more than they make. They are calling it a national emergency. So when will they finally balance the budget so interest rates can come down and Canadians can keep more of their own money?
Mr. Speaker, in my first answer, let me just congratulate you in this historic role, historic for Canada. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives recite trite and misleading talking points, our government is acting for Canadians. With Bill C-56, we are getting more homes built by lifting the GST on purpose-built rental, and we are acting to stabilize grocery prices with historic changes to competition law that will bring competition to the grocery sector.
Député de Thornhill.
This is the minister who misled Canadians when she said that interest rates would stay low for a long time, and now homeowners are bracing for the shock of when they have to renew their mortgages. That's what the Canadian banks are saying. And now there's another former bank governor raising alarm bells. David Dodge warns that the burden of past debts are catching up. Governments cannot spend their way out of the problems that she created. When the government spends money, the bank raises the interest rates. And when the rates go up, Canadians pay more for their mortgages. So will the NDP Liberal government finally listen to everyone or anyone, stop their spending so that Canadians can keep their homes?
Ministre des Finances et Vice-Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the only people misleading Canadians are the Conservatives on that side of the House. The reality is Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7 and the lowest debt to GDP ratio. And, Mr. Speaker, our AAA rating has recently been reaffirmed by DBRS Morningstar. These are independent experts, Mr. Speaker, not Conservative partisans. We know we need to get more homes built. That's why we've lifted the GST on purpose-built rental and added another $20 billion to the financing CMHC has available for rental construction.
L'honorable député de Calgary Forest Lawn.
Canadians shouldn't have believed this finance minister when she said, borrow as much as you want. Interest rates will be low for a very long time. Because she turned around and threw hundreds of billions of dollars of fuel on the inflationary fire, giving Canadians the worst inflation in 40 years and the most rapid interest rate hikes not seen in the last 30 years. Anyone who took out a mortgage 5 years ago at 2% will now have to renew at 6 or 7%. That's an increase of more than 200%. Will this Prime Minister rein in his inflationary deficits so interest rates come down, or does he want people to start losing their homes?
Here, here. L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, misleading comments from the Conservatives. The reality is Canada's AAA rating has been reaffirmed year after year that we have been in government. We have the lowest deficit in the G7 and the lowest debt to GDP ratio. We also know we are a growing country, and a growing country needs to build more homes faster. That is exactly what we are doing by lifting the GST on purpose-built rental, by making more financing available through CMHC, $200 billion for $20 billion for financing of new rental construction.
L'honorable député de Calgary Forest Lawn.
The rating she brags about came at the high cost of 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals and 7 million Canadians visiting a food bank in a single month. She's completely out of touch, but in line with her incompetent government's legacy. This finance minister was doing victory laps 2 months ago, saying that she stopped inflation. It went up 43% since then. What did she think was going to happen when she added $1.2 billion of debt in the first quarter of this fiscal year alone? Will the Prime Minister rein in his inflationary spending, or does he think that, too, is not one of his responsibilities?
L'honorable ministre des Finances et Vice-Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are hitting new lows in this question period. Not only are they misleading, they are internally contradictory and incomprehensible. I think the member opposite just said that our AAA rating is disadvantageous to hardworking Canadians. I beg to differ, Mr. Speaker. Our AAA rating is a foundation for everything our government is doing to build more homes, to provide more support to hard-working Canadian middle-class families, Mr. Speaker. Time for the Conservatives to get that.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, according to a recent survey by the National Payroll Institute, nearly 2 out of 3 workers spend their entire take-home pay, and 30% are spending more than that. But we can help them by rejecting the second carbon tax, a tax that applies in Quebec and is supported by the Bloc. People are suffering and having trouble putting food on the table. It's a serious situation. Will the Prime Minister revisit his commitment to raise the carbon tax radically as the Bloc would have it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that during the last election campaign, his party and those elected in his party campaigned in favor of a price on pollution. They just talk and we take action. That's the difference. And those taxes will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and those reductions will also generate investments of over $2 billion all across the country. That's the difference between us and them, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about out of touch, that's what we're talking about. This minister is completely out of touch with what life is like for people who are going to food banks. Food banks are overwhelmed. People can't get enough to eat. There are families in Montreal in his riding that have been turned away by the food banks because they didn't have enough food to provide. And unfortunately, this government and the Bloc supported the government in increasing the carbon tax. Will this government put aside its ideology and, for once, and help people in need? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what's out of touch in 2023 is a party that aspires to form government and doesn't have any policy on climate change. The official position of that party today is to deny the very existence of climate change. And yet this summer there were hundreds of people displaced all over the country, sometimes not just once or twice, but 3 times because of record forest fires. There have been incredible floods all across the country, and the Conservatives have nothing to say about climate change. Before I give the floor to the next honourable member, I'd just like to remind members that there's just one conversation at a time, and that's very important. Thank you. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, $117,000 worth of dry cleaning for the Governor General since 2018. Her laundry must be pretty darn clean. $117,000 on top of $2.7 million in travel, $71,000 in limousine rides, royal expenses. At the rate she's spending, Mr. Speaker, it's only the cleaning that's running dry, because she's certainly not short of cash. With a salary of $350K and an in-house cleaning service, she should be able to pay the difference out of her own pocket. When will the Prime Minister sort this out? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, clearly every dollar spent must be spent responsibly and conscientiously, and we will do the necessary auditing. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada reveals that the RCMP has been hiring unilingual Anglophones for its bilingual senior positions. They don't speak a word of French, and they're not taking courses either. So there's no chance of these people being qualified for their positions, not today, not tomorrow. This is a flagrant violation of the Official Languages Act, and a violation so accepted in Ottawa that it's the RCMP, the police, who are getting caught breaking the law. Will the minister do something? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, I'd like to congratulate you on your election as Speaker. And to answer the question, the answer is yes. Our government is always taking action to ensure that federal agencies comply with the Official Languages Act. We expect that of the RCMP. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm meeting with the RCMP Commissioner tomorrow, and clearly I will be raising this important issue because we believe strongly in the Official Languages Act. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, these stories of contempt for French in the federal government, since the reform of official languages, these stories are supposed to be a thing of the past. Now, Francophones are watching closely to see what this new minister is going to do. Since the reform of official languages, this is the first flagrant case of a federal agency thinking it can still ignore French in Ottawa. Will the minister prove to the entire federal apparatus that those days are over now, or will he prove that it's still okay to run roughshod over the French language? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate you on your new role here in the House. We're celebrating the modernization of the Official Languages Act, and let's be clear, let's talk Turkey. Bilingualism is a fundamental principle of this country, of this government, and we expect the RCMP to live up to those principles and that bilingual positions be filled with bilingual candidates.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of families are being affected by the housing crisis. TVA reported on a situation the other day of a woman with her 3 kids having to leave their housing to go live in a garage. In a garage, Mr. Speaker, in a G7 country. It makes no sense. The woman said it was hell living there. And what's the Liberal government proposing to do? To create a new carbon tax. And even the Bloc agrees with that. Does anyone think it makes any sense to create a new tax when hundreds of thousands of Canadian families are struggling? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by offering my congratulations and all the success in your new role. With respect to the honourable member's question, I won't diminish the very serious challenges that families are facing across this country. In order to address Canada's national housing crisis, we're taking a number of different measures. We are investing in affordable housing in a way that no government has over the course of my entire life. In addition, in order to contribute to the ability for builders to build more homes, we're cutting taxes and changing the way that cities build homes through the Housing Accelerator Fund. When I compare our plan to theirs, you can trust that we will get more homes built, and that's been confirmed by finance officials and committee.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Liberal government, the average house price has doubled. The Prime Minister wasn't me. After 8 years of this Liberal government, the cost of rent has doubled. This Liberal Prime Minister wasn't me. After 8 years of this Liberal government, it now takes 25 years to save for a down payment for a home. This Liberal Prime Minister wasn't me. This Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, Mr. Speaker. And if he's not responsible for anything, will he just get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what he broke?
Mr. Speaker, it's telling in the member's question that no ideas on how we can build more homes have been introduced by the Conservatives. With respect, we are moving forward with a plan that is cutting taxes for home builders. We are moving forward to increase the amount of money that we're going to contribute to help cities change the way that they build homes. As I have members opposite yell, we put a bill forward, let's dig in on what it actually includes. A plan to raise taxes on home builders and cut funding for home building. Mr. Speaker, that will not lead to more homes getting built. We have a plan to address the housing crisis. I hope the Conservatives join us.
I'd like to remind members once again that only one member has the floor at the time. If you are patient to wait for your time for the question, we'll obviously allow you the opportunity to do so. And even if you look away from the speaker, I can sort of guess where it's coming from. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, it's amazing for a government that has accomplished so little for that minister to be so proud. What he talks about is 5,000 units that are going to be built. CMHC says we need to build 3 million more units than we normally build. That 5,000 works out to 0.0016%, and he stands here bragging like he's accomplished something. But their lack of action has consequences, and they're not worth the cost. Paula from BC is 71 and retired, and she's saying she's facing a 75% increase in rent. If they actually can't do anything to fix it, will they get out of the way so our leader will fix what's broken?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect, my honourable colleague deeply mischaracterizes both the nature of the plan and the impact that it's going to have. He's clearly only reading one sub-bullet when he's looking to the measures that will build 5,000 homes. I'd point him to the estimates that the cut on GST for apartment construction in this country would have, showing that we expect to see up to 300,000 homes built. I point him to the recent change to the Canada Mortgage Bond Program, which is going to add 30,000 homes a year over the next decade, 300,000 homes. Mr. Speaker, I could continue on, but if he actually reviews the measures we have put together in their totality, he will see it dwarfs the effort they're putting forward.
The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, millions of Canadians are struggling to pay the rent. Last month, TVA Nouvelle reported that a single mother with 3 children was forced to abandon her mold-infested apartment and live in a garage because she cannot afford to pay the rent anymore. She described the experience as hell. This Prime Minister just is not worth the cost. What is this NDP, Liberal government, going to say to this single mother of 3 who cannot afford to pay the rent anymore and who's descending into depression?
L'honorable vice-première ministre et ministre des Finances.
Mr. Speaker, what we're going to say to that single mother is you cannot afford the Conservatives and their austerity that will make your life worse. What we're going to say is our government has helped to lift 2.3 million Canadians out of poverty. What we're going to say is our early learning and child care program has cut child care fees by 50% across the country already. We're down to $10 a day in 4 provinces. We will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to helping the most vulnerable.
We're doing very well, and I would ask the Member of Parliament from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie, to please wait for his turn and to give the example to all his colleagues going forward. The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Yet another report has come out saying that the number of Canadians who are in dire financial situations is jumping dramatically. More than half of all Canadians are now living paycheck to paycheck and are overwhelmed by debt. This is a national emergency. Liberals must help Canadians who are struggling to get by. Conservatives are sure never going to help them. And Liberals need to get serious about tackling corporate greed that is jacking up prices for everyone. Canadians need a crackdown on price gouging, and they need a windfall tax on the biggest profiteers. When will Liberals finally take action?
L'honorable vice-première ministre et ministre des Finances.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly agree with the member opposite that the most vulnerable among us can expect nothing but pain and cuts from the Conservatives. I also agree with him that we need to be there to support Canadians. That is why I was so proud to be there with my colleague, the Minister of Industry, when we said to Canada's grocers, you have to stabilize prices. We need to be there for Canadians. And that is why our government has imposed a COVID dividend on our banks and insurers to pay for the price of supporting Canadians in those difficult days.
L'honorable député de franglais là, l'honorable député de Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, young kids are going to experience the worst impacts of the climate crisis, inheriting the mess made by governments today. The Canadian Climate Institute just released a report showing Canada's emissions are going up when we desperately need them to go down. The Liberals like to talk about climate change, but they've been dragging their feet on capping oil and gas emissions, prioritizing the profits of rich CEOs over our children's future. So can the minister explain to kids who are watching why 8 years in, on this government's watch, are Canada's emissions still going up?
L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement et des Changements climatiques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I would also like to remind her that Canada is the only G20 country that has eliminated fossil fuel subsidies. No one else in the G20 has done that, and we've done that 2 years earlier than all of the other G20 partners. Since 2015, we've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Speaker, by 53 million tons. That's the equivalent of removing from our roads 11 million gas-powered vehicles, Mr. Speaker. We're the only country in the world who's going to put a cap on the emissions of the oil and gas sector. No one else is doing this. This is how we're fighting climate change and helping Canadians with affordability. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last year the people of Pakistan experienced the most devastating floods in history, wiping out the critical infrastructure. 1,739 people died, including 647 children, and additional 12,867 were injured. While Pakistan is in process of rebuilding, they have also helped house refugees fleeing Afghanistan. Can the Minister of International Development please share with this House how Canada is supporting efforts to rebuild communities in Pakistan and Afghan refugees?
Good question. L'honorable ministre du Développement International.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to really take the opportunity as a member of the Black Canadian community to really congratulate you for making history as Canada's first Black Canadian speaker. I want to thank the member for his important question and advocacy on a really important issue. Pakistan has faced tremendous challenges with some of the most devastating floods of the region. While they rebuild, they've also stepped up to help Afghan refugees. That's why we announced $14 million to support them, to provide health and essential services for the refugees and the host community. Canada will always be there, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Foothills.
The Liberal NDP government increases the carbon tax on farmers who grow the food, on truckers who transport it, on manufacturers who process it, on retailers who sell it. But oh no, these higher taxes certainly don't impact the price of food when Canadians buy it. They don't believe them. They don't believe them when 7 million Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. They don't believe them when food bank usage in Alberta is up 70%. They don't believe them when families can't put turkey on the table. How many families are going to be relying on food banks for the Thanksgiving dinner because of this Prime Minister's inflationary carbon tax?
L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my honourable colleague that the Poultry Association of Canada, the grain growers, the canola growers have all committed to be net zero by 2050. And interestingly enough, every time this member, which I respect, stands in the House to talk about the impacts of climate change, he never talks about the impacts on farmers, the billions of dollars that droughts, flooding, pests are costing our farmers all across the country, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast, all across the country, that we never hear about that. They have no solution to help our farmers fight climate change and help them with affordability, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, here is the impact on farmers. I had a third-generation farmer from BC call me saying in 3 months they're going to lose their farm. 4 of our neighbors have already done so, and another one is selling their cows and their quota. Why? Because after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, they can't afford farm-killing carbon taxes and higher interest rates. Exactly. Farmers can't afford it when diesel goes up 70 cents a litre. Farmers can't afford to pay more for feed, fuel, and higher interest rates. And Canadians certainly can't afford to pay more for food. So if they really want to defend the family farm and lower prices for Canadians, why will they not cancel their inflationary carbon tax?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the first thing I'd like to do is congratulate you on your appointment as Speaker of the House of Commons. And I thank my honourable colleague for his question, but I think he fully understands what's taking place with climate change. On Prince Edward Island, we had Fiona. It destroyed burns. It killed cattle. I visited Western Canada. Bales of straw at $300 a bale because of the drought. And not further away, there's floods because of climate change. Farmers fully understand the cost of climate change, and they're in the front row in order to make sure that we protect the farms and the farmland, and we'll continue to do so, Mr.
Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable, rather. Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the sad reality, as described by the director of a food bank in Montreal, is that it's a real disaster. Last month, 6 families could not get food assistance. That's the first time in 37 years that we had to limit our resources. But the Bloc Québécois doesn't seem to care. They want to apply carbon tax 2.0 to Canadian and Quebec families. Yes, the Bloc Québécois voted for carbon tax 2.0. They could have opposed it, but they instead are supporting it. If you vote for the Bloc, you're going to pay a high price. Are the Prime Minister and his partners in the Bloc proud of radically making Quebecers poorer?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course, I am not Francophone or from Quebec, but I deeply respect the Quebec nation, which was the first part of our country to have a climate plan, and which clearly understands the importance of the climate and our environment. That's the reality in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, our government is here to support the most vulnerable among us throughout the country. And we are working with our colleague, the Minister for Industry, on this. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, the way Liberals do things is pretty simple. The Prime Minister is making Quebecers pay a second half through the back door. It's going to make the cost of fuel go up by 20 cents a litre. On June 5th, the Bloc Québécois could have voted against the tax, but instead they joined in with the Liberals in favour of the tax. Tomorrow, the Bloc could make up for that and vote against carbon tax 2.0. Will the Liberals let their allies in the Liberal Bloc coalition have a free vote? Will they choose the Liberals or Quebecers in the Bloc Québécois?
Order. L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement et des Changements Climatiques.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that Quebec is not only the first province in Canada to have put a price on pollution, but in fact the first jurisdiction in North America to have done so. And that has continued under a variety of governments of all stripes, except the Conservatives, who disagree with this, because their party's official position is that they don't even believe that climate change is an issue. The difference between them and us is that we believe in climate change, and we also believe in supporting Canadians during this difficult time. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Conservatives keep defending oil and gas companies, we will speak for Quebec. And we know that federal businesses are still showing that they don't care about French. CN once again wants to move 50 Quebec jobs out west. Jobs in customer service, according to the union. And that's bad news for the 50 workers in Quebec who might lose their jobs. And it's also bad news for customer service in French. If CN decides to send these jobs to unilingual Anglophone provinces in the West, does the Minister of Transport think that it's safe for CN to reduce its capacity to serve Francophones?
L'honorable ministre des Transports.
Merci. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to just take the opportunity to ask the Conservatives to stop beating up on the Bloc Québécois. They're already struggling. Don't kick them while they're down. And I will say that our government will always stand up for official languages. We don't have just one in this country. There are two, English and French, equal. The honourable member.
À l'ordre. À l'ordre. À l'ordre. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les...
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much. The Minister of Transport seems to think this is a joke, but Quebecers are worried. Whenever we talk about language issues at CN, it's because it's going off the rails. In 2020, it moved a control center from Montreal to the west. And last year, they didn't have a single francophone on its board. And now it wants to move 50 jobs from Quebec to Western Canada. And when we speak about questions of language, it's also a matter of safety. Does the minister agree with these job cuts? And does he believe that CN has to offer services in French? Yes or no?
L'honorable ministre.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister, as my colleagues in the bloc know very well, Mr. Speaker, this year we passed Bill C-13 on the modernization of official languages. That includes new regulations for federally regulated businesses. We will do the work to ensure that we have a francophone presence from coast to coast to coast. That is in the regulations we will pass, and CN must take decisions that respect the law and regulations.
L'honorable député de South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, mortgages have doubled, rent has doubled, yet this NDP Liberal government is quadrupling carbon taxes. A report for Parliament by the Parliamentary Budget Officer on carbon taxes states that Nova Scotians will pay $1,500 more in taxes, thanks to the Atlantic Liberals who voted 23 times for these taxes.
Right.
This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. As Atlantic Canadians are getting their oil tanks filled for the fall, will the Prime Minister axe a tax so that they can afford to heat, eat, and house themselves?
Hear, hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the honourable member began his question talking about some of the housing challenges that are very real. I question why he's supporting a plan that is going to raise taxes on home builders and cut funding for home building. When it comes to the environment, I'm curious why he is yet to put forward a plan that will actually do anything meaningful to reduce emissions. I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, why he aligns with a party that opposed raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% and cutting for the middle tax. Mr. Speaker, with respect on the environment, on housing, and on affordability, we have a plan, and it's on this side of the House.
The honourable member from Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, a recent poll in Newfoundland and Labrador showed that 84% of those surveyed chose the cost of living as a top issue facing them. After many conversations with folks in my riding, this comes as no surprise. And most say the inflationary carbon tax is making life unaffordable. In the last 8 years, Atlantic Liberal MPs voted 28 times in support of carbon tax. Will these Atlantic Liberal MPs vote for our Conservative motion to axe the tax, or will they follow their master?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I got 75,000 masters, and they live in northern Nova Scotia, and they're telling me that they want the government to come up with a plan that's going to reduce emissions so we can protect the environment for future generations. They're telling me that they want me to stand up and support Bill C-49, which is actually going to establish an offshore energy industry in the province where we have the resource and have the ability to do the right thing for our planet and create good-paying jobs at home. I will defend good-paying jobs at home, I will defend affordability, and I won't compromise the need to protect our environment like that member would.
We're doing so very well today. The honourable member from Coast of Bays Central North Shore. Notre Dame, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, it's ironic how my honourable colleague across the way referenced his masters. I think it's time that this Liberal government realize that it's the servant, not the master.
Here.
If these Atlantic Liberal MPs talk to folks in their ridings like I do, they don't need a poll to tell them what people are feeling. After 8 years, they know this Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost. Common sense Conservatives have have introduced yet another motion to axe the carbon tax. So I ask again, will these Atlantic Liberals support their constituents or follow their master?
L'honorable ministre des Finances et vice-premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the privilege of spending some time with some of the hard-working people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And I can tell you what they need the most. A good paying job for the incredibly skilled, incredibly hardworking people of that province, a good paying job at home. And that is what our green plan will provide. Newfoundland and Labrador is going to become the hydrogen capital of the world, the wind power capital of the world, and the clean nickel from Voisey's Bay will power the Northvolt battery plant in Montreal. That's our climate.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous peoples have always been the guardians of our lands, waters, and ice. So it's completely natural that they be at heart of Canada's initiatives and other countries' initiatives to protect nature and to meet our targets for conservation by 2030. Can the Minister of the Environment tell this House about the benefits that will be generated by additional investments in the Indigenous Guardian program? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her hard work both on reconciliation and on protecting our environment and nature. The Indigenous Guardians program is an international model. We've heard from all sorts of places around the globe to ask how this program could be reproduced elsewhere. And thanks to the investment my colleague and I announced last month, there are now Indigenous Guardians in 25% of communities throughout the country, and we are hoping to make that 100%. And from now on, it is the program itself that will manage itself.
L'honorable député de Lethbridge.
Thank you. They said Bill C-11 was not about censorship. They said that it was just simply about going after big tech giants, making them pay their fair share. But now new regulations were pushed through on Friday. Sneaky, sneaky. However, people are paying attention, and Canadians are aware that, in fact, their voices are being censored. A podcast registry. Innovative, hey? Now, when it comes to attacking freedom, this government just can't help itself. They are absolutely committed to censoring what we can see, what we can say, and what we can hear online. Now, why is this government, just curious, so hell-bent on censoring people's freedom of speech?
L'honorable ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
Mr. Speaker, it's simply false. What the bill doesn't do is regulate users or people that produce podcasts. Exactly. What the bill does is make sure that tech giants pay their fair share, such as Apple, Spotify, Netflix. What it does is support our Canadian creators, and what it does is making sure that Canadian stories are heard and that our creators have a voice online. Instead of kneeling in front of tech billionaires, the leader of the Conservatives should stand up for our artists and our creative sector.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Congratulations on your speakership, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, we see it trying to control freedom of expression in Canada. Too much power to the CRTC, which will limit Canadians' ability to share what they think on social media. This government is going too far and going much too hard when it comes to limiting freedom of speech. If this is not Liberal control, Mr. Speaker, then what is it? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, this is simply false. This legislation does not limit users or people who produce podcasts. What it does do is ensure that web giants like Apple, Spotify, or Netflix will have to pay their fair share here in Canada it also ensures that we are adequately supporting our Canadian creators and ensuring that they have a voice online. Instead of catering to these web giants, the leader of the Conservatives should help our Canadian creators.
L'honorable député de Banff-Airdrie.
Canadian veterans have spent their lives serving and sacrificing for our freedoms, and they were left to watch in horror as a Nazi soldier was recognized in this House. When veterans ask for basic care, the Prime Minister tells them they're asking for more than he can give. And now he would have veterans believe that basic vetting for Nazis is also asking more than he can give. So when will this Prime Minister finally take accountability and apologize to veterans?
Avant qu'on procède à la...
Before going to the Minister's answer, I would just like to remind the member for New Westminster Burnaby to leave space for people asking their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former page and as a former page yourself, I would like to congratulate you for your new appointment and also welcome the new cohort of pagers that I think we haven't sufficiently saluted and thanked very hard for their hard work. Mr. President, the former speaker has made it very clear that he alone was responsible for inviting this individual to the House and recognizing him. It was his initiative and no other parliamentarians were involved.
L'honorable député de St. John's Est.
Sunday marked National Seniors Day, an occasion for Canadians to celebrate the profound contribution of seniors in our homes, our communities, and our workplaces. However, for some, the rising cost of living is making it more difficult to make ends meet. Can the Minister of Seniors please share with our government, please share how our government is ensuring that all seniors can enjoy a secure and dignified retirement?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, and if I could just add my congratulations to somebody who has known you for 35 years since we were young students at Forum for Young Canadians. We always knew you'd go places, and indeed you did. And while it's a few years off for you and I, it is good to know that we raised old age security by 10% for seniors, 75 and older. We raised the guaranteed income supplement by up to $947 annually for single low-income seniors. We launched the Age Well at Home initiative to help more seniors age in their homes and their communities. Our work is far from done, but as Minister for Seniors, my priority remains affordability, affordability, and affordability. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, speaking of affordability, Canadians have seen what happens when Loblaws is left unchecked, price fixing and gouging. Now, Galen Weston is turning his sights on healthcare by expanding Shoppers Drug Mart's private clinics. Experts are warning that huge corporations put profits before patients. It's government's job to prevent this. What is the Liberal plan to ensure rich CEOs like Galen Weston don't gouge Canadians for health care like they do with food?
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me add my voice in congratulating you. It's wonderful to see you in that role, and I'll say to my honourable colleague that the ensuring that our public health care system remains public and that it is centred in making sure that everybody who needs health care is provided it, regardless of their circumstance, is at the core of everything that we do. We've taken historic action on reducing drug prices. We're going to continue that. In fact, when you look at the Pan-Canadian Pricing Alliance, we've been able to see almost $3.5 billion in savings for Canadians in reducing drug costs. We've taken historic action on patent drugs and other things.
L'honorable député de Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Monday was the 5th anniversary of the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi by Saudi officials, yet Liberals stayed silent. And no wonder. Under this government, arms have continued to flow to Saudi Arabia. Despite the war in Yemen, despite serious human rights violations, and despite the murders of hundreds of Ethiopian migrants. Canadians need to know that their government is not complicit in human rights abuses. Does this minister even know if Canadian-made sniper rifles were used by the Saudis against Ethiopian asylum seekers? Does the minister have any idea where Canadian
Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for an important question. I would like also to congratulate you. Félicitations, mon cher ami. Ça me fait plaisir de te voir.
Congratulations, my dear friend. I'm so happy to see you in that chair.
To answer my colleague's question, of course, we will always abide by a strong arms export treaty where we respect human rights. We'll always make sure that that's the case and that end users also are taken into account. And I look forward to working with her on this very issue. Thank you.
And that brings to a close oral questions today. I would like to thank all members for being on their best behavior and making their new president get settled in a little bit with this new car. No dents.
No dents. Point of order.
Moving on to points of order. I'd like to recognize the honourable member.
Fleetwood
Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. President. The new broom sweeps clean, so it's said. And I'm wondering if now is the time that we sweep clean some of the misinformation coming from that side of the House. Yes, I did. We hear references to Liberal NDP government, Liberal NDP coalition, on top of 8 years, which doesn't exist. This is
Order. One moment, please. I'd like to let the honourable member know that this is sounding very close to debate unless the honourable member would like to raise a specific standing order. Affaires courantes, ordinaires, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt des projets de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
L'honorable député de Fraser Valley.
The honourable member for Fraser Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and my apologies to his constituents.
Today I rise to table a petition on behalf of British Columbians who are calling for more support and better governance in the village of Lytton. On June 30th, 2021, wildfires engulfed the village of Lytton and surrounding areas, destroying the town and displacing hundreds of residents. With rebuilding yet to begin 2 years later, the businesses in Lytton who accepted CEBA loans have no means of reopening their businesses and repaying those loans. British Columbians in Lytton are calling upon the Government of Canada to recognize their extraordinary circumstances and forgive any amounts owed by Lytton area businesses on Canada Emergency Bank Account loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
St. John's East.
Yeah.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member, honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents of my riding in York Region regarding PFASs, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. They're considered forever chemicals. They're extremely persistent, mobile in the environment, and they last many thousands of years. They have been designated, or they've been proved to be a health problem in many different ways. And these petitioners are calling on our government to adopt a class-based approach to address all PFASs, listing them in Part 1 of Schedule 1 of SEPA for complete prohibition, to consider exemptions for prohibition only if time-limited and fully substantiated, to adopt stringent drinking water standards for PFAS as a class, and to require research to identify contaminated sites, expedite the remediation, and provide public release of research data. Also to do further research into PFASs. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting this on behalf of those petitioners who are very concerned about the impacts of PFASs on the health and well-being of Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
I rise to present 6 petitions signed by 204 residents of the riding of Prince Albert. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to delay its expansion of medical assistance in dying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present a petition on behalf of petitioners who first of all recognize that the overdose crisis is one that is a public health emergency. They note that more than 26,690 people have died of opioid-related deaths since 2016. They also note that organizations including the Canadian Public Health Association, the Global Commission on Drug Policy, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations have all recommended drug decriminalization. They then call on the Government of Canada to, first of all, declare a public health emergency as it relates to overdose deaths from poison drugs. They call on the government to reframe this crisis as one that is a public health issue and not a criminal one. They go on to list the need for a comprehensive, multifaceted approach, such as one that's already been recommended by the expert panel to Health Canada, and they call for the decriminalization of poison drugs in Canada. Thank you.
That's what it is. Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, et voilà, personne d'autre.
No one else.
Very good. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
So ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-56, Affordable Housing and Groceries Act.
Okay, and I'm trying to think, I don't have a schedule here, so I'm just trying to figure who might be up next, but I'm going to guess the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
A good guess, Mr. Speaker. So I am going to talk today about Bill C-56, which is the Liberal NDP government's attempt at dealing with the affordability issue, Mr. Speaker. But to talk about the legislation itself, we first have to look at where we are in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not a very pretty picture. If we look at where we are right now, mortgage payments over the last 8 years have virtually doubled in this country from coast to coast to coast. We have a similar issue now with rent. All across the country, if you look at the average rents that are being paid now, that amount has also virtually doubled. This is the track record of this Liberal government that now suddenly seems to be concerned about affordability for Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop there. The bad news for Canadians doesn't stop there. It used to take 25 years to pay off your mortgage. Now it takes the average Canadian 25 years to save for their mortgage. And think about what the difference of that is. Now, some people might say, well, that's not my problem. This is a young person's problem when they're trying to get into the market. Now, I think it's bad enough if it's a young person's problem, but it's also affecting average Canadians right here, right now. I was recently informed about a person whose mortgage has come up for renewal. And as a result of their mortgage coming from that nice low fixed interest rate, you remember those low interest rates that the Prime Minister said are going to be there for a very, very long time. The interest rates that the Governor of the Bank of Canada said are going to stay low for a very, very long time. Well, based on that, many people went out and took mortgages with this very low interest rate because it was allowed them to have a mortgage payment that they can afford. But now, as mortgage rates have continued to go up, as the Bank of Canada has continued to raise interest rates in order to fight inflation, average Canadians now have to pay the bill as a result of this. And in this particular circumstance, this family has said they can hold on for about 6 months, the mortgage payment, this increased mortgage payment. They can dig into savings, they can further borrow for about 6 months. And then, Mr. Speaker, they are not going to be able to make the mortgage payments on their home. That's the consequences of 8 years of this Liberal government. Inflation is out of control. You go to the grocery store, I hear it all the time in my riding at Dufferin-Caledon. People come up to me in the grocery store and they say to me, I now have to only go to the grocery store to shop bargains. I don't actually have a grocery list because I can only buy what's on sale. That's all that I can afford. After 8 years of this Liberal government, this is what people are saying to me in the grocery store. It is a shocking turnaround for Canadians. They're having trouble paying their mortgages. They're having trouble buying groceries. They're having trouble heating their homes as a result of the carbon tax. All of these things are making life more expensive for Canadians. So there's a simple solution. There's actually two very, very simple solutions that the government could implement right away. Well, number one, they could cut the carbon tax, and we know that would have an immediate impact because, as has been said by Conservatives in the House of Commons over and over and over again, you tax the farmer with the farm produce. As they produce it, they're taxed with the carbon tax. Whether that's drying grain, driving the combines, whatever, they're paying a carbon tax. Then, when that crop is harvested, the truck that comes to pick it up is going to pay the carbon tax. Then when it goes to be processed, they're going to pay a carbon tax. Then when a truck picks it up to take it to the grocery store, it pays a carbon tax. And at the grocery store, the carbon tax is heating the grocery store, therefore they're paying a carbon tax as well. And at the end of the day, Canadians cannot afford to pay for food, and they end up saying, I don't even have a grocery list, I just go to the grocery store and buy whatever's on sale. If you were to have said this to Canadians 8 years ago, they would have said, that's not possible. In a country like Canada, how can food, where food is abundant, we feed the world, Madam Speaker, because we have the best farmers in the world who are great stewards of the land. If you were to say 8 years ago, Canadians would only be able to go to the grocery store and shop bargains, that would be an inconceivable thought. But here we are, Madam Speaker, 8 years of this Liberal government, and that's the sad situation that Canadians find themselves in. Very difficult to pay the mortgage, very difficult to buy groceries, very difficult to pay rent, very difficult to actually buy a house. That's their record. So that's the context that we look at when they bring in this bill. And this is not a new problem, Madam Speaker. Conservatives have been talking about this problem for the last number of years. In fact, the Conservative leader many years ago said the inflationary spending caused by this government is going to drive up inflation, which will then drive up interest rates. Now, he's looking more and more like Nostradamus with that prediction. And Madam Speaker, myself, 18 months ago, I rose to speak about the impact of the carbon tax on food production, and I said this is going to cause a massive increase in the cost of food. And here we are. So the Liberal government can't claim that somehow this is a new problem. They were unaware of the problem. They were well aware, they were well forewarned, and they did absolutely nothing about it. When we look at this particular bill, what's amazing to me is Liberal members will get up in this House during debate, they will get up in this House during question period and talk about how, as a result of putting forward, tabling this legislation, there is one developer who has said, well, we're now going to build 5,000 rental units. And they puff out their chests and they say, look at us, look at the amazing things that we've accomplished. Well, Madam Speaker, let's put that into context. According to CMHC, we're going to need to build 3 million more homes between now and 2030 than is planned or scheduled to be built. This plan is we'll build about 2 million homes. We'll have to build 3 million more than that in order to get some affordability back. So, Madam Speaker, I've said this a few times in this chamber. I went to law school because I wasn't good at math, but what I did do before I prepared for this speech is I decided to actually get out my calculator and look at it. So 5,000 units out of the 3 million that we need is 0.0016%. I mean, this is, if I had a child come home with a grade and the teacher put on there not just F, they said, your son got 0.0016% on the test, I gotta tell you, I'd not be a proud father. But somehow, these members walk around like they've discovered fire with this plan that they're going to build such a small amount of houses. And it's even worse because, Madam Speaker, to even come up with even some of their plan, they had to take that from the Conservative leader's plan. And then with grocery affordability, again, the best thing they could do would be to cut the carbon tax, which they repeatedly vote against. We know that would bring the most relief. They decided they're going to bring in some Competition Act changes, which they also stole from a Conservative member of Parliament's private member's bill. So when a government is completely out of ideas, affordability has gone off the scale, Canadians are deeply hurting, what does the government, the Brain Trust, and all the political advisors they have, what do they come up with? Well, let's just take what the Conservatives said they were going to do. So, and they've only taken some of it, right? So what we have is a plan that's actually not going to do anything to address the affordability crisis that's going across the country. And there's a real consequence. And I spoke about this in question period. For example, there's Paula in BC, 71, retired. She's now saying, I might have to move out of my house because the landlord's going to sell it. And she's facing a 75% increase in rent as a result of that. That's their record, and they have not provided solutions quickly or ones that are going to address the concerns of Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very fascinated when I hear Conservatives talk about affordability. I think of Doug Ford, Mr. X, the $8 billion scheme, that trip that they took down to Vegas that they all don't remember, but they were all at the spa at the same time. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about a meeting that was held in London on June 25th where 4 Conservatives were flown over, apparently paid for by my cousin Dan McTighe, which I find kind of surprising, where the total cost of the meal was $4,690 Canadian. They drank one bottle of wine for $818, a second bottle for $265, a third bottle for $719, and topped it off with a bottle of champagne for $1,791. I don't know a single Canadian who's ever drank that wealthy, and yet the Conservatives were guzzling it back. So who paid for this trip, and why were they there?
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you can't actually debate the ideas that are put forward, you go to where that member went. I know he's new. There actually is a difference between the provincial government, of which he referenced, and the federal government, and the federal parliament, of which we're actually sitting in right now. So he might want to take some time to read up on the functions of a member of parliament. But I'm glad he brought up sponsored travel, because this member actually took a trip to Germany and his total expenses were $10,489.60. This was in 2022, and it doesn't stop there. In 2020, in the height of the pandemic, $4,300 were the sponsored travel to Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, let's get out the dictionary and look up hypocrisy.
Yeah, and I just want to remind members when they ask questions or answer, they need to make sure that they don't interrupt others. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, okay. I'm lost here for a second there. The honourable member for Red River Lacombe.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Red Deer Lacombe. To my colleague, I listened intently to his speech, and he talked about the Nostradamus prediction that would equate to what the leader of the Conservative Party has done. I'm wondering if you would like to reflect more on comments that we've made. As Conservatives, we've known all the time that living within your means is the responsible way to do government. And the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, said that the deficits that this current administration would run would not be small, but they would in fact be out of control. I think the words were he has no idea what he's talking about in referring to the current Prime Minister. I'm wondering if my colleague can reflect on those comments and just how true they are.
Dufferin-Caledon?
Well, yeah, it's amazing, Madam Speaker, how all of this was predicted. The crisis, the affordability crisis we find ourselves in, runaway inflation, high interest rates, all of which were predicted by the Conservative leader. And it's actually a shocking amount of spending. It's now the federal government, under this NDP Liberal coalition, now spends $176 billion per year, every year more than did in 2015. And what I hear from constituents when I raise that issue is, what in your life is better? And no one can answer it. So all this spending has really driven the affordability crisis and really has not helped the vast majority of Canadians.
For a brief question, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé, une brève question.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé, a quick question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague whether he thinks that we could create structural principles for social housing. We have frequently brought forward the idea of using 1% of the budget for social housing in an ongoing way. That way we wouldn't have crises like this so often. Instead of just taking tiny measures like the government is presenting here, it would be something structural. Is that something he'd be willing to consider? Thank you.
For Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, I'm all in agreement that we have to actually do more to have more actual houses built, but I think our plan's actually better. There's a great number of federal buildings that are underutilized now. We should convert those units. I think our plan has been 15% we're going to allow to be converted into housing. I think that's better than coming up with some random number and having the government build it. Let's unleash, remove the gatekeepers, unleash the private sector, turn those buildings over, get them built into all kinds of units, affordable rental units, other units. That's the path forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre les questions qu'elle abordera à l'heure.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Lakes Democratic Institution, l'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands, la réforme électorale, and the honourable member for Spadina Fort York, immigration, refugees, and citizenships. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in this chamber to debate Bill C-56, which makes several important and timely amendments to the Competition Act. A stronger competition framework is good for all Canadians, Madam Speaker, ensuring that companies are playing fairly, preserving opportunities for new firms to enter the market, and ensuring that consumers benefit from more and better choices in the marketplace. The bill includes 3 significant changes to the Competition Act. 1, the ability for the Competition Bureau to compel information during a market study. 2nd, the abolition of the efficiencies defense from merger review. And finally, enabling of the review of agreements between any 2 parties when the agreement is designed to limit competition. Madam Speaker, these 3 important amendments stem from the government's extensive consultations that took place over the last several months. These measures and others like them have widespread support, particularly from Canadians and small businesses. They reflect the concerns raised and respond to the pleas of many stakeholders from a wide variety of backgrounds. The Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development has released a report on what it heard during its consultations. I strongly recommend that all my colleagues review it to gain an understanding of the stakes involved and learn about some of the issues under consideration as the government takes the next steps. With that in mind, I would like to share some of what stakeholders had to say in support of the measures that ended up in this bill. Market studies. The consultation drew a significant number of comments on the importance of knowing how our markets function. The majority of stakeholders felt that the Competition Bureau needed access to the best information and that this was the norm in most other countries. The Canadian Anti-Monopoly Project, a think tank dedicated to Canadian competition policy, stated that the lack of formal Bureau powers in this area cripples its ability to understand new and emerging markets. It makes the Bureau less able to assess if its enforcement decisions have had the desired impact. Open Media, a consumer organization dedicated to an open and free internet, stressed the need for the Bureau to have the power to proactively study new and emerging markets. In markets especially fraught with the high levels of concentration, serious and persistent problems need to be detected in order to be tackled. The importance of a competitive freight transport sector to bring goods to Canadians was driven home during the COVID-19 pandemic and the supply chain difficulties that it brought. A joint submission by the Freight Management Association of Canada and numerous producers and shippers who rely on our transportation infrastructure also came out in favor of a framework for market studies. They highlighted that the international nature of ocean shipping means national authorities need to be even more vigilant in monitoring that behavior of the companies at their ports. Data collection systems are integral to assessing the impact on Canadian trade and business. And the Bureau needs to be able to collect information outside of an enforcement context to properly detect problems. The Macdonald-Laurier Institute, a national public policy think tank familiar to probably many members of Parliament, explains how an expanded information collection power should be supported by traditionalists and reformers alike, and serves to fill other information gaps that hinder government. There was also a wide call for appropriate safeguards attached to market studies. The Canadian Bar Association asked that information requests be subject to judicial authorization and open to challenge by the parties, while the Business Council of Canada insisted that if studies were to be introduced, there must be time limits on their duration and that the responsible minister should provide approval to launch such a study. These guardrails are all provided for in the proposed approach outlined in Bill C-56. Now I'd like to turn to another amendment to the Competition Act, which relates to the efficiencies defense. Long before the public consultation, the Competitions Act efficiencies exception has been a focus of commentary. This provision allows anti-competitive mergers to survive challenge if they generate corporate efficiencies that are said to outweigh competitive harm, even if consumers pay the price. There was no shortage of submissions to the consultations on this particular topic. It is the area of concern that received the most engagement, with a strong majority supporting its abolition. The Public Interest Advocacy Center, a national not-for-profit organization that promotes inclusive decision-making and protection of consumer interest, explained how the original policy intent of creating internationally competitive companies had not been met. It felt that the efficiencies defense has in fact served to protect domestic companies from competition at consumers' expense. The Centre for International Governance Innovation has also come out against the efficiencies defense, which it sees as a mistaken attempt at bringing more predictability to the law. Abolishing the defense is the right thing to do in recognition of the increasing concentration of multiple industries across Canada, as well as the corresponding decrease in competition. These factors create a significant drag on the real efficiency of our marketplaces and the productivity and international competitiveness of our economy. Unifor, Canada's largest private sector union, explains how the efficiencies generated are often only passed on to the shareholders at the direct expense of laid-off workers. The cost savings of efficiencies come from a decrease in personnel, resulting in a less competitive industry that can more easily capture value for those at the top. Moreover, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the National Farmers Union, and l'Union des Producteurs Agricoles, all key players in Canada's food procurement and supply chain, have come out in favor of the abolition of the efficiencies defense as well. Their reasons include a skepticism of the ability for efficiencies to overcome anti-competitive effects, and their significant contribution to the ease of unfavorable acquisitions in Canada. Lastly, I want to talk about collaborations as another area of topic that this bill addresses. The consultations also raised the question of whether the Bureau should be able to review collaborations between non-competing entities when they harm competition. Currently, the law addresses only agreements or arrangements formed between real or potential competitors, and Bill C-56 would expand that in some circumstances. A majority of those who commented on the matter supported broadening the law. The Consumers' Council of Canada felt that exclusion of certain agreements from reviewability renders the Bureau unable to deal with real competition issues. They explain how commercial relationships established with good intentions by both sides can still lead to unanticipated and unintended consequences, and the Bureau should not leave it up to businesses to decide.
J'ai un appel au règlement. L'honorable.
Point of order. The honourable member for Berthier-Pasquinongé. Drummond, Madam Speaker, rather. Madam Speaker, I would respectfully ask you to check whether that we have quorum.
Merci pour le point.
I'd like to thank the member for the point of order. At this moment, we do have quorum in the House.
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 2 minutes to finish up, to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers has stressed that restrictive covenants in lease or purchase agreements, a form of vertical restraint that is not currently reviewable as a competitor collaboration under the Competition Act, have a serious impact on the food supply for a significant number of Canadian communities. The International Centre for Law and Economics also agreed that collaborations between any two actors have the possibility of harming competition, and that the Competition Act should not be limited arbitrarily in the sorts of agreements that it can review. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the consultation process revealed many significant areas of concern for our Competition Act, informed by each stakeholder's unique perspective and valuable insight into the Canadian economy. The proposals that the government has chosen to advance were chosen to carefully target the most critical issues impacting affordability for Canadians in the near term, and were informed by the inputs of a variety of actors. These three reforms represent much-needed updates to the Competition Act. They allow the Competition Bureau to better serve its mandate and will help make Canada a better place to live and do business. I hope you will join me, I hope all members will join me in supporting this bill's speedy passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my neighbour from Whitby for taking an interest in this very important legislation and debate today. But we were together in Oshawa on the weekend, and I know he has a strong interest in my community. I received an email today. Good evening. Me, my fiance, and our 2 children have been homeless for about 5 months and nowhere really to go. My fiance is on sick leave. She goes through the email. It's Christine. I've called every shelter around here from Oshawa to Toronto, Kitchener and back, from Ajax, Whitby, Bowmanville, Curtis, all the way to Cobourg, and everything is full. Even Cornerstone has a 3-month waiting list. Children's Aid is giving them a hotel for a couple days. Madam Speaker, people are hurting and things are very urgent. I was wondering if my colleague from Whitby could tell us here in the House what this act is going to do to provide affordable housing for people in Durham region before the winter.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to my honourable colleague across the way, and it was good to see him out in Oshawa this weekend as well. I know we share an interest in fighting homelessness and solving the affordable housing challenges that Canadians find themselves in. Our government, unlike previous Conservative governments, has made a historic investment through the National Housing Strategy of $82 billion, which has repaired units, built new units, and lifted many people out of homelessness across Canada. That is work that's still underway. There's still money that's rolling out for those investments through the Rapid Housing Initiative. And we've since added measures on. This bill, C-56, adds a new measure, which is to lift GST for rental construction, which is itself anticipated to help create or unlock 200 to 300,000 more units of affordable housing for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I am pleased that I was able to contribute to getting him an audience. And coming back to the question posed by my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé earlier, who was also asking a question to a different colleague, he said, instead of trying to just put in place attention-grabbing measures that ultimately don't do that much and that are just for specific times, wouldn't it be better to have predictability for workforce matters, for example, or for social housing, and having 1% of the budget for constructing social housing, affordable housing? Wouldn't that be a way to prevent future housing crises? Wouldn't that be responsible? I'd like to hear from my colleague on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite, both for helping me find an audience for my speech, but also for the question. I think these measures are not token measures. I think 200,000 to 300,000 units of affordable housing or rental construction units is not a small feat. It's a significant amount. I think if you couple that with the $82 billion in the National Housing Strategy and the Housing Accelerator Fund, dollars which are speeding up the process for municipalities to help lead the way on building more affordable housing. I think these things are in total going to help create a more comprehensive approach to solving the housing affordability issues we have. I think there's much more opportunity to consider additional measures, and I hope to undertake those conversations and listen to the ideas of my colleagues across the way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member spoke about the Competition Act and quite a bit about the Competition Act and some of the new amendments, which are welcome. But I want to talk about what's already existing there in relation to grocery prices. So we know that Loblaws and Shoppers Drug Mart merged about 10 years ago, and there has not been a review of that merger. And that is an opportunity that exists in the Competition Act, and the Competition Bureau could certainly move forward immediately and review if that merger has been beneficial to Canadian consumers. Does the member support that initiative?
Sir, from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. I support the fact that the Competition Bureau's powers needed to be amended and strengthened so that it can undertake market studies and look at mergers that may not be in the best interest of Canadians or in the best interest of a competitive marketplace. That's specifically what Bill C-56 aims to do. It's outlined in the work that we did when I was on the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, where the Competition Bureau clearly cited in its recent report on grocery price inflation just how limited some of its powers were and how much that inhibited its ability to come to conclusions. So I think these powers are great additions.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today I am pleasure to rise and speak on the Liberal government's Bill C-56, which is an act to amend the Competitions Act and the excise tax. But Madam Speaker, this is yet another kind of a half-baked, half-measured bill from the Prime Minister to solve an affordability crisis that he himself and his government have created. And after 8 years of inflationary taxes and out-of-control spending, Canadians have now found that they can't afford this government. They can't afford housing, they can't afford fuel, and they certainly can't afford food. What makes this bill that much more frustrating, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the Liberals are adding more bureaucracy to try and solve a problem that they themselves created, when there's actually a very quick measure that they could enact today that would reduce costs for Canadians significantly. And that is by eliminating their inflationary Carbon Tax 1 and Carbon Tax 2. And in fact, these two carbon taxes and the inflationary aspect to them are making life unaffordable for Canadians. But we saw today in a report by the Financial Post that their new initiative, the Canadian Sustainable Standards Board, is actually going to exacerbate those costs on Canadians, especially when it comes to food costs, and is going to add additional bureaucracy to every industry, every commodity, asking them to identify the impact of carbon on every link in the supply chain. This is going to add so much red tape and so much bureaucracy and so much onus on every industry, creating every manufacturing every product and growing every commodity. It is going to make life even that much more unaffordable. But the interesting thing is, Madam Speaker, is they are implementing or imposing these punishing carbon taxes on agriculture, for example, which one of the industries that we are a world leader in, world class in terms of our sustainability, our emissions, and our ability to grow food with the lowest carbon footprint in the world. Now, the data is painfully clear on what the impact the Liberals' Carbon Tax 1 and 2 are having on Canadian farm families. According to the Canada Food Price Index, a 5,000-acre farm will be paying $150,000 in carbon taxes every single year. Wow. There's not a farmer that I know that can absorb those types of costs and still remain economically viable. And that is the question, I think, that the Liberals seem to always forget. They talk about sustainability. I think they get a quarter for every time they say that, but they never talk about economic viability. When you impose these new regulations and these new taxes on industry or on agriculture or on energy, you are impacting their ability to remain economically viable. The Parliamentary Budget Officer also just published a new report confirming the correlation between inflation in Canada and the suffocating carbon tax on farmers. Diesel will go up 70 cents a litre, and gas in many provinces has already exceeded $2 a litre. When I was in Vancouver a couple of weeks ago in the GVA area meeting with some farmers, $2.08 a litre for gas. Unbelievable that you're now expecting Canadians to absorb that and still be able to put food on the table and pay their mortgage. And this year alone, the carbon tax collected from farmers, just from on-farm propane and natural gas, was $50 million. Now, I find it interesting that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change said in his speech on Thursday that, whoa, I don't know why you guys are so excited. The carbon tax doesn't impact farming. Well, the statistics from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Canada Food Price Index, and the stats from just about every commodity group in the country says otherwise. The reason for this is we brought forward Bill C-234 that will exempt the carbon tax from natural gas and propane, because they are still paying the carbon tax on those two fossil fuels, because there's no alternative, Madam Speaker. They need these fuels to heat and cool their barns, dry their grain, and power their irrigation equipment. This isn't something that Conservatives are tossing around. These are indeed the facts. But you think those numbers are bad, Madam Speaker? Hold my jerry can. The newest Parliamentary Budget Officer report on the impact of the carbon tax on farming said between this year and the year 2030, agriculture will be paying $1 billion in carbon taxes alone. And for the Liberals to say, oh, but, you know, these costs on farmers, which they don't even believe exist, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms that they do exist, well, that's not impacting the price of food. That's not having any reason we're seeing these high costs of groceries at the grocery store shelf. I don't know anyone other than maybe the Liberal and NDP government and their coalition that thinks adding additional taxes will somehow reduce prices. But that's exactly what they're saying. As part of this bill, or part of this discussion, the Prime Minister has threatened the CEOs of the major grocery chains in Canada, if you do not stabilize grocery prices by Thanksgiving, there will be tax consequences. So he's threatening to increase taxes on the grocery store CEOs and the major chains in Canada. Now, is there an issue with competition in Canada? Yes, I would agree with that. We need to do things to improve competition in Canada, which always brings down prices. But does the government honestly think, truly believe, that if they increase taxes on Sobeys and Loblaws and Costco and Walmart, that they're just going to absorb those additional costs? Of course not. They're going to pass those on to the consumer. There is not a scenario where an industry just says, you're right, we're going to pay more taxes, thank you very much. Of course not. They're going to pass those on to the consumers, and that's going to drive up costs even higher. But what I want to emphasize here, Madam Speaker, is the very real-life consequences these taxes are having on those that we're relying on to grow the food that we use to feed our families, and certainly plays a key role in Canada's ability to help feed the world. A fruit and vegetable grower in my riding showed me their power bills for the last few months. They were paying $5,000 a month in carbon taxes alone, plus $800 of GST on top of that carbon tax. So tax on a tax on a tax. They have now decided to close their market in the winter months because they simply can't afford to stay open. That is fresh fruit and vegetables at a nearby farmer's market and grower that my rural constituents were able to go to without having to drive into the city. Well, that's now going to be closed. Forcing constituents to drive even further makes a lot of sense if climate change and reducing emissions is your goal. A farmer in southern Alberta told me he paid $140,000 in carbon taxes last year, meaning he couldn't invest that money in new equipment that would have been more energy efficient, more fuel efficient, and more frustrating for this grower is he was hoping to have that money put aside for his daughter who wants to take over the family farm. She would have been the 5th generation to take over that farm. Now, instead of having that money to invest in his operation, improve efficiency, reduce emissions, help the next generation, that has gone where? To the Liberal government, into general revenue. In fact, again, if reducing emissions and addressing climate change is your ultimate goal, this is doing the exact opposite. In a grocery store, and this is kind of the other interesting thing where they want to increase taxes on the grocery CEOs. Well, many of the grocery stores in Canada are actually local franchisees who own those grocery stores. One of the larger Sobey operations in my riding, I went to visit him last week, seeing how things were going. His energy bill has gone up $6,000 a month as a result of the carbon tax. Wow. He's trying to absorb those costs because he's a local store owner, a local business owner. But he says, eventually, I'm going to have to pass this on to the consumers, or it's going to have an impact on what I can pay my employees, or what I can contribute to local community initiatives, service clubs, the sports teams, youth organizations, all of those things which they try and help support. But the Liberals think that these costs are just magically absorbed by those farmers and those small business owners. Shameful. But of course not. These costs are passed on to the consumer, and that's why we see apples up 61%, carrots up 72%, oranges and potatoes up 76%, and just in time for Thanksgiving. The Liberals need to realize when they increase the food on the farmer, on the trucker, on the manufacturer, and on the retailer, those costs are passed directly on to the consumer. And the Canadians are paying the price for that. And we're seeing that with millions of Canadians. 7 million Canadians last year went to a food bank. In Alberta, food bank use is up 70%. The food bank in Calgary is supporting 700 families every single day. Numbers that I know food banks across the country have never seen before. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, if the Liberals really cared about grocery prices, if they really cared about family farms, they could do something right now. Eliminate their carbon taxes, certainly their plans to quadruple that carbon tax, and that will make food more affordable for Canadians, not more red tape and bureaucracy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Well, thanks to the member opposite for his speech. Obviously, we served on the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, so he knows that we have some disagreements on this. But I wanted to reference the Bank of Canada governor recently said carbon pricing contributed 0.15% to inflation. That's equivalent to about 15 cents on a $100 grocery bill. While the European Central Bank has estimated that climate change contributes as much as 3% to the cost of food per year globally. That's $3 on a $100 grocery bill. That means climate change has 20 times the influence on food prices that the carbon price has. So if the member opposite really wants and is serious about fighting inflation, then why does his party not have a plan to fight climate change?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have had a carbon tax in place for many years, and yet I don't see grocery store prices going down. I don't see life becoming more affordable for farmers. When I go and talk to farmers, their number one issue is not climate change. Their number one issue and their biggest stress in their lives is Liberal government bureaucracy, red tape, and carbon taxes. Farmers in Canada do everything they possibly can to reduce their emissions. And that's the thing that the Liberals miss, is they continue to punish Canadian farmers instead of rewarding them for what they already do. Instead of comparing them to Europe and asking Canadian farmers to get where Europe is, they're thinking this backwards. What they should be doing is saying, Europe, you want to get where we are? We'll help you get there. Precision agriculture, zero-till, 4R nutrient stewardship. Those are the things Canadian farmers are doing, and they better start recognizing that.
Well. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a debate on access to housing, I think that one of the issues that we don't talk about enough is this access to affordable housing, and such as social housing. And why not co-op housing? What can be done? Madam Speaker, we can hear nothing. Order, please. I see that there are indeed people who are having conversations. I don't know who is speaking. However, I know that it was more than the individual posing the question. I would ask the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue to begin his question over. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that in a debate on access to housing, what we don't talk about enough is access to affordable housing, particularly community or social housing or co-op housing. And I would like to ask this question to my honourable colleague. What is the federal government, or what could the federal government do to improve access to that kind of housing? Could a new legislation be put in place? How can we let more people have access to this kind of housing?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. And as a matter of fact, the first townhouse that my wife and I had after we were married was a co-op housing in High River, Alberta. And we certainly couldn't have afforded to start our family if we did not have that option. And our leader, the honourable member from Carleton, has put forward a plan that will make housing more affordable in Canada, and that is to access 15% of federal buildings that are not being used, either sell those to the private sector or develop that through a government program. Certainly to encourage the development of high-density, affordable housing around mass transit. So those ideas are there, and we certainly hope to have the support of all parties in this House for the bill that the leader of the Conservative Party has put forward.
And comments. A brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House today. And I'd like to follow up on the question that was just asked by my colleague from the Bloc. You know, we had the UN Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery in Canada, and he spoke specifically of the commodification of housing, where investments concentrate on private housing for wealthy individuals, but similar investments are non-existent for social housing. Now, the member talked about living in a co-op. You know, obviously the New Democratic Party has been calling for co-ops and much more investment in social housing, much more investment in below-market housing, but we aren't hearing that same thing from the Conservative Party. So would this member support significant investments, not just in rental properties, but in below market housing, below market rental properties?
Sir, from the member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for a question. I think we've voiced our support all along that we know there has to be a variety of different options when it comes to housing. But we can't impose these things on municipalities where they are not putting forward land designation and programs in place to do these things. And in fact, I have a town in my riding that has applied to many programs that the Liberal government has put forward, but those municipalities who are doing things right don't qualify for those types of programs. These programs are there for the ones who are the laggards. We also need to have programs in place for those municipalities who've been doing it right and developing programs like co-op housing.
And I'll just remind members that if they plan to ask questions, they should be in their seat if they want to be recognized. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very proud to rise and speak on Bill C-56. Technically an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act. We need to frame the situation that we're in Canada right now as a time when the chickens really have come home to roost in terms of years of economic policies of the Conservatives and the Liberals, of telling us that our cities would be better off if we let the market and global capital decide the value of our neighborhoods, that we'd all be better off if we gave up the security that we had with union jobs and defined pension plans, that we turned our nation over to the Morneau Chapelles of the world to decide what kind of benefits that we should have after a lifetime of working. And we see the results. We see the results when I go into stores in my region when people in their 70s who used to be retired are now working at places like Tim Hortons because they can't afford to retire. I see it in talking to men in my region, 68, 69 years old, who went back to work underground on the drills because they couldn't pay the housing costs that they have. To work on the drills is hard for a young man to be 70 years old and going back underground because you can't afford to pay. Another man I knew said he had to go back underground at 70 because he couldn't pay for his wife's medicine. We have a government that's talked about pharmacare since my hair was dark and long before that, and yet still hasn't delivered. Of course, the Conservatives don't believe in pharmacare, just as though they don't believe in the public programs that we built up and our parents built up over generations that's been stripped away steadily under the sort of belief in the free market, that the free market, if we had free market in labor so that people were on precarious gig work. That was Bill Morneau. Remember when he told a young generation, get used to it. This is your new normal. And of course, COVID blew all that away. And young people are saying, no, that's not going to be our normal. And they start walking away from these jobs. We see a situation where people can't afford to buy their groceries because of the relentless price gouging of the likes of Galen Weston. You know, you'll never hear the Conservatives ever stand up to a CEO. What they're doing is they're telling us, for example, the other day they were telling us that, you know, the price of potatoes in Calgary had gone up 70% because of the carbon tax. Well, they don't get their potatoes from PEI, they get them from Idaho, which doesn't pay a carbon tax. And in Idaho, the reason the price of potatoes went up is because of the climate crisis that's been ongoing in the West, something the Conservatives will never admit, even in a year where we've lost 14 million hectares of farm, where forest lands, where over 200,000 people were forced to be evacuated in Canada, the billions of costs. So that's the Conservatives. The Liberals talk about it, but emissions continue to go up. The Liberals say they're going to sit down and meet with the CEOs of the grocery chains, and hopefully they'll do something. Nobody believes them. We need stronger commitments. I don't know how many announcements and re-announcements I've heard in 8 years of the Liberals about their commitment to housing, and yet I still don't see those houses being built. We need to take this issue seriously because of the price gouging that's gone on, the market exploitation, the turning of our cities over to Airbnb, that allowed young people and working class people to be forced out of the cities that they love. In my region, the level of housing and homelessness is at a crisis level. We never saw Doug Ford offer to build any houses in Timmins. He was willing to sell off the Greenbelt, but we could use those houses. So this is the situation we're in, so people are frustrated. They deserve a straight vision. They deserve a commitment. What would that commitment look like? Well, certainly in terms of housing, we know that the market-driven solutions have driven us into this crisis. We know that what worked before, up into the 1990s when Paul Martin walked away on it, was the federal investment with the provinces and municipalities to build housing. The best solution is cooperative public housing that has mixed income housing. That's what we need. I need to see, to be able to go back to my communities, a commitment that these houses are going to get built. There's not a quicker driver to build an economy than housing. We could do that today if there was will in this House to do that. We need to get serious with the CEOs. We've talked about a windfall tax, but we need to actually make them deliver. Or we have to start talking about issues like price controls, because we know that people are being gouged, and we are in a situation where we cannot allow the oligopoly of grocery chains, because there's no competition, to call the shots as they're doing. We need to limit their ability to continue to spread their powers as we see Shoppers Drug Mart moving and more now into healthcare. We just simply can't trust them. We need to protect the public healthcare system. These are all the issues that are coming towards us at this time. And Madam Speaker, and I mentioned it quickly, but I want to actually really focus on it. We're also in the middle of a climate catastrophe. We need to talk about the climate catastrophe. What we have from the leader of the Conservative Party, the member who lives in Stornoway, a 19-room mansion with his own personal chef, is he's going to make burning fossil fuel free at a time when we are at an absolute crisis in our planet, but we are also, Madam Speaker, at a time when the International Energy Agency said, as of last week, that the end of big oil is imminent, because of the incredible investments that have been made all around the world, but not in Canada, on clean energy. There's no place in the world that has more potential for clean energy right now than in the province of Alberta. And yet Danielle Smith shut down $33 billion of clean energy projects and rented a truck to drive around Ottawa telling us that the power's going out in Alberta. Now, most premiers spend money to attract investment, to say, we are an energy superpower. Isn't that what Alberta said? We are a province that can build energy projects and get them off the ground. Instead, she's paying the gas to go around saying, we can't keep the power on in Alberta. That's the Conservative vision. They are wedded to big oil, an industry that's made billions in the last few years where we got gouged at the pumps. You'll never, ever, ever hear the Conservatives talk about the price gouging that we know is happening. Man, when you go home on a Friday in Northern Ontario, you know when the price of gas goes up right across the board on those long weekends. At the same time, everybody knows it's price gouging. But the Conservatives will say, no, we'll get rid of the tax, the carbon tax. We'll make it free to burn. Ask anyone if they think that big oil isn't going to just hoover that, if that tax came up, hoover that up and put it into their profits of people like Rich Kruger. So we are at a time, Madam Speaker, when Canadians are looking to Parliament to actually deliver. In the last election, I went door to door talking to people about their concerns. I heard again and again, people couldn't afford to get their teeth fixed. People said, I don't trust politicians anymore. How do I get my kids' teeth? And I said, if you elect us, we'll go back and we'll get a national dental care plan. And we're going to get that plan. And the Conservatives announced that they would spend all summer going around to try and stop that budget implementation. But we are going to get dental care for seniors and children this year. And the other commitment we made, and I'm putting the Liberals on notice, is we made that commitment to pharmacare. We got 2 more years in this Parliament. If we do not see pharmacare, it's going to be pretty hard to go back and say, oh, yeah, we hung out with the son of Pierre Elliott for 2 years, 3 years. People are like, why are you hanging out with that guy? We're hanging out here on this side to get something done. That's pharmacare, that's dental care. We go back to the Canadian people and say, we did that. That shows you how Parliament can work, that we can work across party lines. And we intend to make sure that we can go back to the Canadian people that said, in a time of crisis, New Democrats were there on the issues that mattered to people. We will stand up and fight for people who can't afford to pay CEBA back when the government only gives them an extra 18 days. We will fight for small businesses. We'll fight for a cleaner climate. We will fight for the Indigenous communities that continue to be ignored. And we will fight for pharma care. And we will fight for dental care. And that's why we got elected. And that's why we are here today.
Closing comments, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I note that my colleague brought up a really interesting point, which is that Conservatives talk about carbon tax quite a bit, but they seem to stop short when it comes to trying to explain the rising costs otherwise. There's a very good graph that's recently been posted, Madam Speaker, that shows exactly where the price of fuel has increased. And over the last year, the price of fuel has increased as a result of the carbon tax by 2 cents. The price of fuel has increased by wholesale margins, in other words, profits, by 18 cents per litre. I'm wondering if the member from Timmins James Bay can provide some insight as to why it is that the Conservatives are so hung up on talking about the increase of 2 cents per litre as it relates to the carbon tax and not the 18 cents per litre as it relates to the actual profits that are being received by these oil companies.
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, you know, the Conservative leader announced he was going to spend all summer, in the hottest summer in history, as Canada was burning, that he was going to spend this as the summer to promote burning fossil fuels for free. And it was so bad, he got choked out of a number of the communities that were facing. And yet, even as their own communities were burning, when Kelowna was on fire and exploding in fire, what did we have? We had the member for Kelowna bragging about fossil fuel burning being free. The connection between burning fossil fuels and the climate crisis was proven a long time ago, despite the amount of money Exxon spent trying to suppress that. The Conservatives have no plan. They've only recently said that they have something called technology. They don't really know what it is because they're against the battery plants investments, they're against solar, they're against geothermal, but they're into burning the planet.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've heard the member talk about palling around and burning fossil fuels. So in 2020, this member took a trip to Washington on sponsored travel when most Canadians couldn't travel in 2020. Then in 2022, this member took a trip to Germany and burned fossil fuels worth $10,489. And he talked about palling around with Pierre Elliott Trudeau, but on this trip to Germany, he palled around with a group that actually did a joint press conference with Hezbollah, that's now a terrorist organization. So could he explain to his constituents why he's hanging around and palling around with Hezbollah terrorists?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, that was pretty bizarre. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Wow.
When I was in Berlin, I was actually meeting with the Chancellor about clean energy. We met with the Chancellor. Unlike the four Conservatives,
He's had an opportunity to ask a question. He can certainly wait if he has other questions or wishes to raise a point of order or table a document, whatever. I would ask him to wait till it's appropriate time. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
It was quite the honor to meet with the German Chancellor and talk about hydrogen. It was a real honor to meet with representatives of the German Bundestag on whether Canada can supply clean energy. But that's rather different than the four Conservatives who got flown over to London, apparently by my cousin Dan McTague, and were fed, what was the bottle? The one bottle was $1,791 of champagne. Talk about affordability.
Wow.
I mean, for a party that lives, I'm sure the member gets really high and happy when he gets a little bottle of Spumante Bambino, but they were getting $1,791 for a single bottle of champagne. Who paid for that trip? Why were they there? Because people knew why we were there. We were meeting with the German government because we stand up for Canada. They were over there boozing it up for whatever reason. Let's know who paid for that trip.
Just a minute. On a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member would like me to table the documents of who actually met with in Germany, so that there's proof that what the meetings that I talked about were true?
The word no, so I will ask the question though. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the motion? Yes. No. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has a point of order.
I'd be more than willing to let them table if they table all the receipts and who actually paid for their...
Into a point of debate now. Yeah. I think we're getting more into a point of debate, but I will ask the honourable member if he wishes to. He said that he wishes to table a document showing receipts. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the motion? No, he doesn't have unanimous consent. Questions et commentaires. We have the l'honorable.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to see you again. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Just quickly, with all this debate, I'd like to bring us back to the topic before us today, C-56. And yesterday at a meeting with business people, I was asked what is going to happen with the $9 million that's being held back for housing. What does my colleague think about that? That money should flow as quickly as possible. In Quebec, people are waiting for that money with great anticipation. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Absolutely, the money has to flow. We have so many housing proposals out there, and they're getting turned down one after another by the Liberal government, or the money's just sitting there. We're not seeing the money flow. We're hearing the words flow, but we need to see the money flow.
It being 5:31, the House will now deal with private members' business. There being no motions at report stage, the House will proceed without debate to putting the question on the report stage of the bill.
Today, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-280, Financial Protection for Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Farmers Act, standing in the name of Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson, seconded by Ms. Rood, moves that Bill C-280 enact to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, deemed trust, perishable fruits and vegetables be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for
York Simcoe,
York Simcoe.
Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded division.
He made a mistake.
Sorry, I think they're. Let me try this again, okay? On division, carried on division. Okay. So when shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Okay. The honourable member for York. Oh, sorry. Mr. Davidson, seconded by Ms. Rood, moves that Bill C-280 enact to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, deemed trust, perishable fruits and vegetables, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Here. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We wanted to get to a vote right away tonight. I know all my colleagues are excited to get Bill C-280 passed, and it's a pleasure to rise once again to speak to my private member's bill, C-280, Financial Protection for Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Farmers Act. I am encouraged by the support this common sense conservative bill has had so far. But we need to keep pushing, Madam Speaker. It's all more important as we look to address the high food prices, rising inflation, and strained supply chains that we see in Canada today. I will take the opportunity this evening to reiterate the urgent need for financial protection in this bill, the benefits it will bring, and address some of the questions raised in committee. We all know you need a doctor maybe once a year. You need a firefighter once in a lifetime, if you're really unlucky, Madam Speaker. but you need a farmer 3 times a day, every day, and that's a fact. Despite their importance in supplying local communities with safe and nutritious fruits and vegetables, there is not enough financial protection for Canadian fresh fruit and vegetable suppliers. In circumstances where a buyer becomes insolvent and fails to pay for fresh fruits or vegetables they were supplied, farmers are out of pocket for those losses. To address this, Bill C-280 proposes to establish a limited deemed trust that would provide much-needed financial protection for the entire fresh fruit and vegetable sector in Canada. This bill gives fresh fruit and vegetable suppliers priority access to the proceeds of sale, limited to the inventory, accounts receivable, and cash on hand derived from the sale of the produce during the bankruptcy proceedings of an insolvent buyer. This will help offset the loss of their sold produce. For too long, the existing provisions within the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and adjacent legislations have not provided adequate priority for fresh fruit and vegetable suppliers when insolvency occur, as these provisions do not take into consideration the unique characteristics of the sector. While the Act technically allows suppliers to recover their products following a bankruptcy, it provides no rights when the product has been resold, is no longer identifiable, or is no longer the same state, which is to be expected with most fresh fruits and vegetables. Fresh fruits and vegetables are subject to rapid perishability. Their shelf life can be sometimes measured in mere hours. But by the time insolvency proceedings have concluded, the spoiled product is no longer of any value and cannot be repossessed or resold. The super priority provision for farmers in the Act does not address the needs of fresh fruit vegetable suppliers who regularly receive payments 30 days or more after they have delivered the product. These longer payment terms are typical in the industry. They accommodate the rapid pace of trade and complex storage and transportation arrangements that must be made between many parties to get fruits and vegetables to market over the course of a short growing season. As such, the requirement in the BIA that fruits and vegetables must have been delivered within 15 days of bankruptcy to be covered under super priority means most fresh produce becomes unprotected. This lack of financial protection for Canada's fresh fruit and vegetable sector has had devastating consequences, as farmers and other suppliers find themselves as unsecured creditors with little recourse for their losses. It is well established that bankruptcies are considerably higher in this sector than any other agriculture sector across Canada. They occur twice as often as those in livestock, and over 10 times the rates of the poultry and grain sectors, which are heavily regulated in Canada. The average net loss from non-payments, partial payments, and delayed payments in the Canadian fruit and vegetable trade amounts to at least 1.53% of a supplier's gross revenue. This is a significant amount for those in the fresh produce sector, considering their high overhead capital cost, small profit margin, and reduced risk management capability. While this amount is significant, it doesn't even capture the full extent of non-payment. Many firms simply close their doors and walk away from their businesses. These losses are routinely absorbed by farmers, but they are not captured in bankruptcy as we see. These losses are especially devastating considering that 3/4 of Canada's fresh fruit and vegetable producers are small businesses with sales of less than $85,000 per year, many of which rely on a single buyer for the bulk of their crop. These smaller scale producers do not have capability to make credit checks on their buyers, negotiate conditional sale agreements, or take other safeguards typical in other industries. Their ability to pursue repayment and other forms of recourse when a buyer doesn't pay is also extremely limited. As you can imagine, Madam Speaker, bankruptcies within the fresh fruit and vegetable industry can jeopardize farms and livelihoods. And the constant fear of non-payment limits farmers' ability to invest in their business, grow, and actually plan for the future. The bankruptcy of Lakeside Produce in Leamington, Ontario this past winter demonstrated just how wide-ranging the impact of bankruptcy has had on the entire fresh produce industry. When they went bankrupt, Lakeside Produce owed $188 million to suppliers across the fruit and vegetable sector. There were 17 Canadian produce companies among Lakeside creditors, which accounted for $1.7 million in unsecured claims. The lack of financial protection for the fresh fruit and produce industry in Canada also impacts our competitiveness and capacity to trade with the United States. Suppliers are no longer able to access the dispute resolution and financial protection processes that exist in the U.S. through the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act without incurring significant financial costs. This severely disadvantages Canadian produce businesses given the high volume of produce sold to buyers in the U.S. Having a financial protection tool in place in Canada would pave the way for the United States of America Department of Agriculture to restore Canada produce sellers preferential access to the U.S. dispute resolution mechanism for fresh fruit and vegetables. And Madam Speaker, with the adoption of Bill C-280, we can finally ensure that Canada's bankruptcy laws work for the fresh fruit and vegetable suppliers in a form that recognizes the particular needs and challenges of the industry. By doing so, there will actually be considerable benefits for Canadians. The financial protection will strengthen a pivotal industry in Canada, increase economic activity, bring economic benefit to the entire fresh fruit and vegetable value chain. With greater certainty and reduced risk, we will see more investment and growth as Canadian farms and greenhouses expand their operations and return operations to Canada that had migrated to the United States when access to PACA was lost. These measures will also result in a reduction in prices for Canadian consumers, something I know is on the top of minds of all MPs in this House tonight. We would expect to see a decrease in prices for Canadians by as much as 15%, saving families as much as $900 million on their annual purchases of fresh fruits and vegetables. While this bill is being studied at committee, there were questions about why the bill extends the deemed trust protections to all suppliers of perishable fruits and vegetables, which is perhaps considered by some to be too broad. However, it is important to remember that within the fresh fruit and vegetable industry, the large retail trade, farmers market, food service, and hospitality trades are far less affected by the lack of financial protection. For the most part, it is the growers and the others involved in the first sale, such as packers, brokers, and shippers, who are the most vulnerable to payment disruption, who would need the financial protection afforded by Bill C-280 the most. That said, this industry is highly integrated, and bankruptcies involving producers, dealers, shippers, wholesalers, distributors, and retailers all impact the stability of the market. A bankruptcy at any point along the supply chain can result in farmers going unpaid. So it is essential that all suppliers receive the necessary protection. Crucially, protecting fresh produce suppliers equally is needed to access the equivalent protection offered by the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act in the United States, which covers all suppliers along the chain. Another question raised has been the impact of these financial protections on the banking industry. While it is true that by giving priority access to produce suppliers, banks will see their claims receive a lower priority. But the benefits of protecting fresh fruit and produce suppliers outweighs the distributional impacts for the banking industry. Moreover, the banking industry will actually benefit from the increased predictability of payments when lending to those in the fresh fruit and vegetable sector. This has been the case in the United States under Pacademe Trust, which has been reported to be a net positive to the banks, in addition to the produce sector itself. Madam Speaker, Canada relies on the boots on the ground, hands in the muck, rubber boots on the farm to provide fresh, local grown produce to our citizens. When these farmers suffer losses due to buyer insolvency, it threatens our very food security by reducing the availability of Canadian-grown products. We already know this is happening. Earlier this year, a Statistics Canada report showed that there was a significant decline in fresh fruit and vegetable availability for Canadians in 2022. More than 3/4 of all produce consumed in Canada is imported, as access to fresh produce from foreign markets is increasingly jeopardized by climate change, carbon taxes, trade protections, and supply chain issues. Our food security becomes more and more threatened right here at home. For much of our nation's history, Canada was far more self-reliant in the fresh fruit and vegetable trade, with production far outpacing consumption. But the failure to reduce risk, provide certainty to the fresh fruit and vegetable sector, has seen this decline significantly. And this needs to change, Madam Speaker. Fundamentally, Bill C-280 recognizes the need to support Canada's produce sector, just as we support other agriculture sectors, by ensuring that Canada's bankruptcy laws recognize the particular challenges and demands of growing and selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Canada's fresh fruits and vegetable farmers should always be paid for the fresh fruits and vegetables they sell, Madam Speaker. By passing Bill C-280, we can ensure that our food security is protected and that our produce sector is strengthened. By putting this important financial protection tool in place for produce suppliers, we will support the economy and lower costs for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So let's get her done. Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Health and Sports.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for his tremendous leadership on this bill. It's important to my riding as well. I have lots of fruit and vegetable growers in Milton, and I want to give them a shout out because I go to the farmers market every Saturday in Milton, and I love fresh produce, and we want to do everything that we can to support them. One of the biggest threats to growing fresh produce in Canada and certainly throughout North America and getting it fresh in our grocery stores or at our farmers market is climate change. So it's important that farmers continue to be a solution for fighting climate change, as the ones in my riding continually talk about. Can the member opposite talk about some of the climate events and perhaps his riding that affect some of the growers that we can support and help mitigate? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question and my neighbour. Really, and we all know here in the House that climate change is real and that it's happening. You know, when I looked at the bill, and when this bill first came up, was actually another external event was COVID. And, you know, I met a farmer, Ken, in the riding, Madam Speaker. He came up to me, and Scott, you know, at the beginning, everyone was worried about getting paid. And the farmers were coming to me saying, Scott, I don't think I'm going to plant my field this year because I'm worried about getting paid. And he said, look at Scott, I'm not asking for any handout from the government. I'm just looking to get paid for the produce I sell. Because if he sells to a distributor, whichever that be, and he didn't get paid. He said, Scott, it's $2 million to plant my field. I can sit at home and just pay the taxes and not worry about it. And I said, don't do that, because that's going to lead to higher food costs for Canadians and all kinds of pressures for Canadians. So that's just a little bit of background on how the bill evolved.
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for York Simcoe for his bill and his speech. We just heard members of the Liberal Party thanking our colleague for his leadership in this file. What we're looking at here has been asked for by the sector since 2014. We've had a Liberal government that's been in place for 8 years. It's now applauding the measure. I'd like to know whether my colleague for York Simcoe would be able to explain, in his opinion, why hasn't this been done before? Why have we had to wait to be with a minority government with an opposition bill for this to finally start moving forward? What does he think happened on the Liberal side?
York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and actually thank the Bloc for supporting this bill, and along with my Liberal colleagues. You know, I think it took so long to support this. I think we're talking about this more and more. You know, I picked up the Liberal budget that came out last fall, and I leafed through it, Madam Speaker, and I said, it must be missing pages because there's no vision for the country. And, you know, I believe agriculture in Canada should be number one. I know my colleagues in the Bloc believe that. And I think, you know, the party opposite on the government side here is finally, with this bill, waking up to how important agriculture is across this great country. And we've got to be pushing every day for the people that are out working in the fields. And, you know, Madam Speaker, you can come to Bradford, West Gwillimbury anytime. Look at the hands on these people. They're out grinding it out every day.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for York Simcoe for this bill. It's clearly important that we establish this kind of financial protection for our fruit and vegetable growers. You know, at the Agriculture Committee, we learned during a recent study that oil and gas profits had climbed by over 1,000% over the last 3 years. Would my honourable colleague agree with me that changing the law in this way and offering fresh fruit and vegetable growers this kind of financial protection will help them stand up against the price gouging that oil companies are putting on citizens in Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that, and I thank the NDP for supporting this bill. I would love, you know, tonight to see my Liberal colleagues on the other side here to unanimous consent this right to the Senate tonight, Madam Speaker. This bill is so important to fresh produce farmers. We've been talking about this for 2014. We were all elected here to get things done for our constituents. We've got an opportunity tonight, and I turn it over to my Liberal colleagues now, and I'll pass it over today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member King's Hands.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Bonsoir, tous mes collègues.
I'd like to say hello to all my colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here, as usual, to debate this bill. I especially enjoy debating private members' business, and that's exactly why we're here now for Bill C-280, which is an important initiative for our farmers and producers, especially for our fruit and vegetable producers. Before the pandemic, and especially after the pandemic, Madam Speaker, we know that our agriculture and agri-food sectors are critically important for all Canadians. Canadians agree that we need to strengthen our supply chain. We need to strengthen key investments and initiatives. Bill C-280 is exactly an example of these important initiatives.
Madam Speaker, before I go too much further, I'd like to thank and I guess congratulate the honourable member from York Simcoe for helping to shepherd this bill to the House. As I've had the privilege of reporting this bill back before it came to third reading and debate, this is a bill that is supported unanimously in this House. This is an initiative that came back from the Agriculture Committee with no amendments and was widely supported. I'd like to of course, recognize member from York Simcoe, but also recognize that there are many members of this House, in fact, all of us, that believe in this initiative. I would be remiss without talking about the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell, who has been on the record, and the Parliamentary Secretary to Agriculture, who has been on the record for supporting these types of initiatives. The member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I think it is, in British Columbia, has also been a strong champion. Anytime we had a report, Madam Speaker, where he could reasonably try to find a way to get deemed trust, those were the words that we were using, he would make sure that those were included in the report. So I would say all sides of the House see the initiative. Congratulations to the member from York Simcoe for bringing it forward. But for those Canadians that are home, perhaps watching and saying, what is 280? What are these guys and gals talking about in Parliament? This is about creating a priority under Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to allow farmers who are shipping product to buyers who become insolvent, that they have a super priority to be able to claim. And you can imagine, Madam Speaker, I think back to my days at Dalhousie Law School when we start talking about priority under provincial legislation. It is when you line up and try to actually reclaim some of what you are owed from the particular buyer or creditor who is required to be paid. It's very difficult when you're talking about a perishable product for that product to actually be claimed. It's not like it's a sack of potatoes. Even potatoes, I guess, are perishable, but something that grain, something that can be recovered and actually come back to the supplier to be able to be resold or to be recaptured for the economic value. The member from York Simcoe talked about the fact that not only is a perishable product it could be perishable, it could also be transformed into a different type of product. You think about fresh strawberries that then are sliced and put into different types of fruit salads and things of that nature. It's impossible for our farmers who are selling that product to actually then be able to, under the existing legislation, be able to actually recoup the economic value associated with that. So this is a type of legislation that is non-cost in nature. This is not going to cost the Government of Canada 1 single cent. This is about creating legislative change that prioritizes and empowers farmers to be able to support themselves. And I want to give you an example because the member opposite, of course, talks about the salad bowl of Canada. I don't know if we have the same necessarily connotation in the Annapolis Valley, but let me tell you, between our apple producers and between our horticulture producers, I'm very proud of the Annapolis Valley and Kings Hants as a growing region. And I've had the opportunity to talk to my farmers about what this type of deemed trust legislation would mean. I'll give you an example. Andy Vermeulen, farmer from Canning, Nova Scotia. He sells a variety of different vegetables. Would normally look, of course, to Atlantic Canada, maybe to Ontario, Quebec, but he also ships to New England. And the honourable member from York Simcoe talked about the fact that there is not an alignment right now between the dispute resolution that is available to American producers that are selling into that market and Canadian producers, because we don't have an equivalent type of legislation that is being proposed here in C280. This is going to allow our farmers to have the same access to the tools, such that if Andy Vermeulen sends his product to Boston, he has some recourse if the actual seller goes bankrupt or does not pay. It gives a further teeth to our farmers to be able to recollect the money that is owed to them. Et je pense maintenant, Madame.
And Madam Speaker, considering the cost of living and knowing that all sorts of things, fuel, materials, fertilizer, that they all cost more, it's very important to find ways to help our farmers save.
Can ensure that we have some financial protection. It doesn't come with a large cost, in fact, no cost to the Treasury. And I think, Madam Speaker, what I would say is this is going to be something that is supported by farmers across the country. I give the example from Nova Scotia. I'm sure my colleagues from British Columbia, from Quebec, Ontario, from Newfoundland and Labrador to British Columbia, Vancouver Island, and everywhere in between, this makes sense. And that is exactly why you're seeing every member of the House support it here today. The last thing I'll say, I have about, I think, 2 or 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, correct me if I'm wrong. 3.5, okay. The last thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, is I think that there are more opportunities for this type of thinking. We at the Agriculture Committee hear often about, look, what we would like to see is not necessarily new program spending. It's although those programs are great, and I will get to that in a moment about some of the things that I'm very proud that this government has introduced. Sometimes it's these little legislative tweaks. Sometimes it's a regulatory change here or there that really empowers farmers and our agriculture community to continue to do the amazing work that they've done. The member from York Simcoe talked about, the hardened hands of the men and women that do really important work. The fact that we need farmers 3 times a day. I think those are extremely powerful words, and I would second them. And what I would say is we should all be thinking about little measures that we can do, especially in the environment right now. And the Minister of Finance has signaled this. The President of the Treasury Board has talked about program review and government being very smart and wise about how it spends money. That I am fully on board with that, Madam Speaker. But let me also say that I think there's a lot that can be done on the non-cost side that can make a huge difference. And we, as all parliamentarians, should be looking at what we can do to build upon C280 to do even more in the days ahead. And it's something that I look forward to exploring with my colleagues on the Agriculture Committee. One such idea, Madam Speaker, in the 2 minutes that I have remaining, is the opportunity for an expedited pathway for regulatory approvals around seeds, feeds, and crop protection products. Now, I've said at great length, but I will continue to go on the record, and I'll have hopefully even something more to say in a couple days, Madam Speaker, with a piece of legislation. But there is tremendous opportunity when we look about applicants that come to either Health Canada, PMRA, or CFIA with existing approvals from what I would call trusted jurisdictions, Madam Speaker, the United States, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. We know if there's a process that was undertaken in one of these jurisdictions that it was science-based, it's credible, and the likelihood of it being approved in Canada is extremely high. And so we have to create a model whereas if an applicant arrives at Health Canada in this country wanting to give those tools to our farmers, how do we tighten the timelines between when that application is made and when the product can be registered on the basis of using some of the strength of science elsewhere in jurisdictions? It's really straightforward policy, and I think it would make a lot of sense. Again, another initiative that doesn't cost money. Proud of what this government has done on the agriculture side. I could go into great length, but I'm proud of what we're all doing as parliamentarians here tonight to advance the interests of Canadian farmers. This bill, of course, has had Liberal support, and we look forward to being able to see this off to the Senate and hopefully get into the hands and available to farmers as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I want to start in a different way. I've just heard the bill and the government support. Everybody is happy to be happy. Everything's great. But we asked if there was a possibility to have unanimous consent to pass this directly to the Senate so that it could proceed, so that our fruit and vegetable growers can finally be protected when they have fresh products if they haven't been paid. And it seems like not everybody gave their agreement, so people agree, but there is some among us who want to take time. I have some difficulty with this, with an issue here that it has been clear since 2015, something that's wanted, and the Liberal government has made a public, very clear commitment. I said 2015, but it was actually 2014 when it all started, and at the 2015 election, the Liberal Prime Minister made the commitment to resolve the problem. It is now 2023. So when we talk about efficiency, it's very impressive. We'll go far. So people are happy to be happy, but I'd like us to move forward. So let me close that parentheses and let me talk to you about what the bill is and does. It changes the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act. And what this does is that ensures that sellers of fruits and vegetables come first at the top of the list. So when a fresh product is delivered to a purchaser, it is deemed to have been put in trust. That is the value of that production. Why is this necessary? Why? Well, we can think about the situation or how vulnerable our producers are. producers of fresh fruits and vegetables. In all situations, not so long ago in the Standing Committee on Agriculture, we did a study on grocery inflation. There were the CEOs of the grocery stores that came to swear up and down that their profit margins were minimal, 2-3%. They've always been the same, and they didn't want to demonstrate what their breakdown of their figures were because they're in a competition. That's what they said, and they committed to providing those figures to the Competition Bureau during the study. And what did we discover when we read the Competition Bureau's report? Well, they did not provide those figures. So these people there, well, when we heard from the fruit and vegetable growers, and they said that head of lettuce at 90 cents, now $2.40 on special. But it's even more expensive than that. I'm talking about prices back in March, so it means that today prices are even higher. Producers are getting about 2% profit at 90 cents. Why? Because it's a fresh product. There is unequal negotiation. If the purchaser says, well, I won't take your stock, I'm going to go and look elsewhere, and at some point you say, well, I've been negotiating for 3 or 4 days, and you have perishable products. If you wait too long, these perishable products will perish. They won't be good anymore, and consumers won't be able to or won't want to buy them. And this is just one example. You see? So when the government, for a long time, they agree now, great, but for a long time they were telling us, well, there's almost no bankruptcy claims. Why did they think there weren't any? Well, it's because there was no legal protection. And when it was realized that a customer was on the verge of bankruptcy and couldn't pay, they had fire sales. They took half price or a quarter of the price, because if you don't resolve it, settle, then you don't have any protection at all and you lose 100% of the value. So I'm going to get 25% at least. So it's not part of the statistics, these losses. And they seem to be happy sellers who were paid, but they got paid a quarter of what the value was. And that's why this is important. I have some difficulty understanding why I measure it like this. So easy. Since 2014 is something that has been asked for, and it's 2023 now, and it hasn't been passed, and it's free. It will cost the government zero, nothing. What it will cost, perhaps, is to put creditors in second place and put the sellers in first place. I think there's a lot of discussion in the House, and I think people who are directly concerned, to whom I've been indirectly speaking since I started. I am starting to hear a little bit more noise in the House. Order.
They wish to have conversations to step them out if they're not interested in listening to what is being discussed here right now. Just because the sound is starting to come up, I would just ask members again to step out.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Nemaskine-Angers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always like it when the people to whom I'm speaking appear to be listening. So I'm telling you this is essential. And I would challenge anyone here in the House to accept the working conditions that these people are subject to. You get up in the summer, it's raining, too bad. I can't go out on my motorcycle or go to the beach. They have to go, well, it's raining. Okay, what do I need to do? I have to go maintain my building. I have to place an order. I have to do my paperwork because I don't have time to do my paperwork when it's nice because I have to spend 14 hours in the fields. I don't have any employees. Why don't I have any employees? Well, it's because the government isn't so efficient at dealing with temporary foreign worker applications, and the government was a visionary when it comes to the labor shortage we're currently experiencing. You know this labor shortage, Madam Speaker. While I was a high school teacher, I was a geography prof. I was teaching students at the beginning of the 1990s, and there were shortages that you could foresee coming. No meaningful measures have been put in place. These people are dealing with this shortage. There are no local people who want to go and work in the fields, so they need other workers. And so they have a labor shortage. They have to mechanize their production a great deal. This costs thousands, if not millions of dollars in investments. It means debt. They're in debt, heavily in debt. And they have called for help in the spring, in the beginning of the summer, Madam Speaker, giving the diluvian rainfall that occurred that destroyed most of the crops. Because why did they ask for help, Madam Speaker? It's because the crop insurance programs in place that the ministers keep referring to us to when we ask questions, those programs don't work. People aren't adequately insured because it was designed 30 years ago in a more stable environment. So yes, there is climate change, global warming, and this is quite significant. And I can say in the House that the last 3 years for fruit and vegetable growers have been disastrous. Drought, then bugs. Why? Because the hot season lasts longer and they've come up further north and they eat the plants and have eaten the fresh fruits and vegetables. That happened last year. This year, there was endless rain. Historic records were beaten, particularly in the Estrie region, but throughout Quebec, and it's unequaled. In the same period, we saw a drought in Abitibi-Témiscamingue in northern Quebec. If you were looking for a way to get through the forest fire smoke. So as a society, we need to sit down with these people and we need to look at how we share these risk factors. We can't always ask producers to put $2-3 million in their fields in the spring and saying, thank you for feeding us, but if you have problems, you'll have to figure it out. We can't do that. So I wanted to talk about the bill to show how fragile this sector is. And I'm a little tired of hearing politicians talk about food autonomy. It's so important to buy local, etc. And there are measures like this. These are simple, free, no cost to the government. And we've been talking about it for 10 years, and it's still not done. So I would have liked to have had unanimous consent for this to go to the Senate tonight. That's what I'm telling you, Madam Speaker. And I'm a bit shocked and annoyed that people are congratulating the member for York Simcoe for his great leadership, and it's so great and important, and we're really happy to vote on this for the agricultural workers, but they didn't. And so now I don't know how much longer we're going to spend in the House before it gets sent to the Senate, in hoping that it will be dealt with efficiently in the other place, and then it will have to come back and come into force. It's complicated. There'll be some negotiations required because it's about different jurisdictions. So we need to take rapid action. Our fruit and vegetable growers are watching us. And they're feeding us, but for how much longer, Madam Speaker? I think they're going to get tired. They're going to go do something else, either industrial production, or they'll get out of this. We need to pass it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am extremely proud to be standing in the House on behalf of the fruit and vegetable farmers in my region of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. You know, my region in the Cowichan region has a long and storied history in agriculture. I'd like to remind all members that the Cowichan Valley, in fact, is Canada's only Mediterranean climatic zone in all of Canada. So we, even if you check out, Madam Speaker, the Hulkaminam language, the language of the Cowichan people, the Cowichan name is the anglicized version of that. It roughly translates into the warm land. So we are an agricultural powerhouse in the Cowichan region. I've been proud to call that area my home for over 30 years, and I'm proud to be standing in this House in support of Bill C-280 because this is a measure that has been long talked about in this very chamber, and we now have an opportunity to actually change the law, which, as many colleagues have pointed out, is going to be of no cost but of huge benefit to the people it directly concerns. Now, I want to thank the people who have spoken before me, the sponsor, the member for York Simcoe, the member for Kings Hants, the member for Berthier-Masconaget. I have a pleasure of serving with those two colleagues on the Agriculture Committee. I've been the proud agricultural critic for the NDP since January of 2018. So I know this subject very well, Madam Speaker. This is my third Parliament having been on the Agriculture Committee, and this subject has come up time and time again. So I don't want to delve too long into the details. We know that this issue matters because of the nature of the product that we are talking about. Fruits and vegetables only have a tiny bit of shelf life before they have no more value. This is a unique product, and this is why we need to have this kind of a deemed trust. It's not like the farmer who is taking all the risk here can recoup their losses by taking their product back because of its perishable nature. And we know that with farmers that they deal with high costs. They have high input costs. The cost of buying machinery is expensive, of erecting greenhouses is expensive. In fact, almost all of their money is tied up in infrastructure, whether that is machinery or land. They are, in other words, land rich but cash poor. So it is a business model that is based on the tightest of margins. And anything that this Parliament can do to ease up and make the payment process more guaranteed is something that we should seriously be looking at. And I'm happy to say that Bill C-280 is what does that. Now, I would argue that instead of this being just a Conservative bill, I would say that this bill is expressly nonpartisan. I know that the NDP has been fighting for this as a part of our electoral promise to Canadians since 2015. And by virtue of the fact, Madam Speaker, that the second reading vote of this bill was unanimous. It sailed through committee. We had 3 meetings. We got to hear from a variety of witnesses, but we decided as a committee to report this bill back to the House without amendments. So it has your committee's stamp of approval on this bill, and I hope members in this chamber take note of that and seek to give it rapid passage. It has been the subject of many committee studies. I'm almost losing count of how many times at different committees in different parliaments we have seen a recommendation for this type of measure to be enacted by the House of Commons. So the time is now, Madam Speaker. I would like to see this bill pass through third reading, get to the Senate, and start getting the traction that it needs. The fruit and vegetable growers of Canada, the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, and the thousands of people that they represent are watching us. They're waiting for action. And I'm going to conclude my remarks by proudly saying that myself and the NDP caucus will be supporting this bill. We look forward to its speedy passage to the other place, and eventually, hopefully eventually, it will find its way to the Governor General's desk and receive the royal assent that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from York Simcoe for putting Bill C-280, the Financial Protection for Fresh Fruit and Vegetables Act, forward. It's a very important bill, and it's been a long time coming. I know I've been elected for almost 4 years, and we've been talking about this through the last 2 parliaments, and I know it's been talked about long before then. And it's great to see all parties come together to support something that will help our Canadian produce growers, packers, and shippers immensely. Speaker, during a Zoom call with the Canadian fruit and vegetable growers, I heard that 52% of perishable product sales to the U.S. customers from Canadian suppliers await payment from the United States. California producers and suppliers have a similar problem with their Canadian customers. On October 1st, 2014, the United States Department of Agriculture revoked preferred treatment for Canadian shippers under the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act. This was taken in retaliation for an action on the part of Canada with regard to establishing some type of trust protection from bankruptcy for all fresh produce shipped into the U.S. Under that status, Canadian companies did not have to post surety bonds when trying to collect payments from delinquent buyers, and no other nation had such status. Without that special status, a Canadian shipper must now post a bond for twice the amount that they are seeking to collect. Taking action to recover $100,000 would require the purchase of a $200,000 bond. Current rules severely limit the ability of produce growers and sellers to collect payment in the event that their buyer declares bankruptcy. While products like electronics can be reclaimed by the seller, highly perishable produce is lost because of, well, the obvious. It spoils and it rots very quickly, costing Canadian and U.S. firms which operate in Canada an average of $19 million per year. But Speaker, there's a policy solution to this. In 1984, the United States Congress established deemed trust provisions through the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act, also known as PACA, and that protected shippers in the event that their buyer became insolvent. The PACA Trust helps suppliers of perishable products ensure prompt payment by buyers. The trust gives suppliers interest in a debtor's assets. Creating a reciprocal legal framework in Canada by federal statute for a PACA-like deemed trust would not draw on federal or provincial public treasuries, but it would offer Canadian producers and suppliers the means to collect on accounts payable from U.S. customers and give U.S. producers and suppliers the means to collect on accounts payable from Canadian customers. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have gone into a lot of the details of this bill, and I'd like to take a little bit of a different approach. I'd like to give some personal perspective on a little history of my experience in the fresh produce sector to provide some personal context on how this legislation will benefit growers and shippers. I grew up on a produce farm. I'm a third-generation farmer, and my grandparents on both sides of my family were essentially pioneers in the produce industry in the area that I grew up in, which is my hometown of Grand Bend, Ontario. Now, my dad's parents, my Oma and Opa, they immigrated from Holland and were one of the first 5 families to start farming on what's called the Klondike Marsh. My mom's parents immigrated to Canada from Poland via Germany, and then they moved to Grand Bend after living in the Chatham area, where they first started growing vegetables. They cleared their land, they began farming in the Grand Bend Bog, which used to be a shallow lake that was drained to become rich farmland. They grew potatoes, onions, carrots, lettuce, and onion sets over the years, and eventually my dad's parents retired, and the family farm that my grandparents started, which involved 2 families now, we took over growing some of the vegetables that my Oma and Opa used to grow. And Speaker, farmers are innovators, and I'd like to give you one example from personal experience. When I was growing up, it'd be time to harvest our potatoes, and my dad would go out to the field and hand dig potatoes to see what stage of growth they were at. And there were many things that farmers can automate, but this is not one that can be automated. This is still done by putting your hands in the dirt and digging those little nuggets out of the ground by hand. So when my dad would do these test digs, he would bring these little nuggets, potato nuggets, home. And we'd never waste them. We would cook them up and eat them for supper. And let me tell you, those were the most absolutely delicious potatoes. And to provide context, back in the 80s when I grew up, the CFIA regulations stipulated that undersized potatoes could not be packaged. So all those small, undersized potatoes that we harvested would either be discarded for cattle feed or put in a compost pile. And there was an enormous amount of perfectly good for eating potatoes that became food waste because of packaging regulations. So there came a point where my mom thought, well, geez, these potatoes, we're always throwing these out, and these are these undersized potatoes, and they're the most delicious thing ever. So why are we doing this when they taste so good? These little mini nuggets were so delicious, we wanted to be able to share them with everybody else. So our farm made an application to the CFIA asking that we be able to bag these little mini potatoes and sell them. And so the gourmet mini potato bag was born, and our family farm became the first farm in Canada to bring mini potatoes to market. Now you're probably wondering, okay, why the short history lesson on your family farm? Well, I wanted to provide context from the unique perspective that I hold as the only current parliamentarian who's still involved in the fresh produce industry and produce farming. Now, before my parents retired from farming, their farm was growing over 1,000 acres of potatoes in southwestern Ontario for grocery retailers. And to meet grocery stores' expectations, we also relied on local smaller farms, as well as smaller farms from across Canada in different provinces to supply us with Canadian product in our season. And if we couldn't supply the grocery stores with the product that they wanted when they wanted it, then they wouldn't even consider you as a farm to be a supplier. But the grocery stores had to supply year-round. So we had to grow potatoes around North America in order to keep the supply going to supply grocery stores. So we had farms contracted to custom grow for us in California, Florida, Idaho, North Carolina, and Michigan. And our packing facility in Grand Bend used to process anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 acres through it per year. Now you can imagine the coordination that it would take to keep everything going when you have farms across North America supplying you. There would be a constant flow of trucks coming back and forth from all over the United States into Canada and from Canada into the States. And the potatoes would be coming for us to process and package in our plant so that we could then give Canadians fresh potatoes for their grocery store shelves. And we had to do this year round, so bringing upwards of 4,000 acres of fresh potatoes across the border from Canada, from the United States every year. You can imagine the dollar value that would be for that product. But not only did we pack potatoes from the US, we also exported our excess crop during harvest season to the United States. Because you see, the growing season in the United States is different from Canada's growing season in many parts. And being neighbors, we rely on each other to ensure a fresh food supply year-round. Canadians grow an abundance of fresh, perishable food, far greater than what we consume. And we're blessed to live in a country to be able to do so. But with that comes a huge amount of risk. In this industry, it's standard practice to be paid 30 to 45 days from the time a product is received. So as you can imagine, the shelf life of fresh produce is far less than the payment terms that sellers are working with. The intricacies of our supply chain for fresh food are far greater than anyone could ever imagine. When farmers are exporting millions of dollars in perishable food from the United States without a reciprocal agreement to ensure that they have a mechanism to be paid in the event of a dispute or a bankruptcy, it becomes a risky business that with one bad deal or one dispute, it could literally bankrupt a family farm. Especially since most companies cannot afford to put up a bond worth double what they are disputing. Produce farmers work on such tight margins that one sale of $250,000 or $500,000, which could be 3 to 5 tractor trailer loads of goods to one customer in the States, which they might not get paid for, could bankrupt a smaller farmer. And while this might sound extreme, I've seen this happen to a young farmer, and it firsthand. In Canada, when there is a dispute between growers and sellers in this country, we have a mechanism to resolve those disputes. But without the deemed trust, we have no mechanism to resolve disputes between growers and sellers in the United States and Canada that is affordable for growers to access. Speaker, I'm very passionate about this industry because it's literally been my family's bread and butter my entire life. And I have friends across the industry who would welcome this important change because it will help protect the livelihoods of families and farms and their businesses. So creating this deemed trust and having that reciprocal agreement with the U.S. would protect farms from having to bear those losses in the event of a dispute. This will save family farms. I will always fight for Canadian farmers and their livelihoods and their legacies. At a time when food security and food sovereignty are top of mind, this is needed to protect this industry in Canada, and that's why I support this bill on behalf of my constituents and consumers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs, and I will have to interrupt her at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today about C-280, a private member's bill introduced by the member for York Simcoe. Allow me to extend my congratulations to the bill's sponsor on this important work, as it aims to protect our fresh produce farmers and sellers who provide Canadians with access to fresh produce for their families. Madam Speaker, Bill C-280, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, deemed trust perishable foods and vegetables, addresses the need for payment protection in the fresh produce industry through insolvency law amendments in cases of buyer bankruptcy, receivership, and large commercial restructurings. The bill would create a special legal mechanism known as a deemed trust to pay the unpaid bills of fresh fruit and vegetable sellers ahead of all creditors if a buyer becomes insolvent. The deemed trust would provide important protection in insolvency proceedings to the sellers of fresh fruits and vegetables against unique payment risks faced by the fresh produce industry, such as the perishable nature of fresh produce. Members of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food studied the bill with the assistance of testimony from representatives of the fresh produce industry. and the bill was reported back to the House with unanimous support. Restoring preferential access to PACA, Madam Speaker, with our support of Bill C-280, we hope to increase the likelihood that the United States will restore Canada's preferential access to the formal...
L'honorable député Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, for the safety of the interpreters, I've just been told there was a phone too close to a microphone.
Je sais pas si l'honorable...
I don't know whether the honourable member has her phone perhaps close to her desk. No? No.
Maybe if the honourable member moves her phone, maybe it's vibrating at some point or something. I don't know. But there might be some static there. So the honourable member has maybe 30 or 40 seconds before I interrupt her. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
No worries, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Where I left off, I'll just start with, we hope to increase the likelihood that the United States will restore Canada's preferential access to the formal dispute resolution process under the United States' Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act, PACA, which regulates the fresh produce sector and provides financial protection for sellers. Let me provide more background before, Madam Speaker, I know you have to cut me off, but PACA is a U.S. legislative and regulatory regime that regulates the fresh produce industry. It protects, and I'll conclude and allow, be able to speak at a later time. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member will have 7.5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. Alors, la période prévue pour l'étude.
The time for private members' business is now expired, and the item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 6:30, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, Canadians have seen a very tumultuous year when they look at the cornerstone of our democratic system, Canada's Parliament. And I found myself going back over the questions that I had put to the government that needed more exposition, needed further review, another opportunity for the government to answer. And I was speaking with two great members of our team, Leah Young and Jordan Johnston. They do a great job. They're great Canadians. And we were a little disappointed when we looked at the series of issues that Canadians had to witness in the news on a daily basis with respect to foreign interference, with respect to a failure to act by this government to address the real and present threats that our country has faced. And the question of the Trudeau Foundation and the foreign influence operation that targeted the Prime Minister through the foundation that bears his family's name is incredibly concerning. And it gave rise, of course, to calls and demonstrated the necessity for Canada to have a foreign agent registry. This is a tool that's used by our allies. It's very effective. But there's no tool like that in Canada's toolbox right now. And what happened in this particular case? Well, we saw cutouts acting on behalf of the dictatorship in Beijing give $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation in an attempt to influence or gain influence with Canada's Prime Minister. This is obviously incredibly concerning. And what we saw in that same time period were two occasions where these individuals acting on behalf of the dictatorship in Beijing did get access to the Prime Minister. Raising the question for Canadians, is that the price? Is that the price that it's going to cost foreign regimes to get access to our head of government? They pulled in the Prime Minister's brother, the first time in his involvement with that foundation, where he was directly linked to donor activity like this, taking in this large six-figure donation. And the question about whether or not influence was affected, whether or not this operation by a foreign government was effective, is what undermines Canadians' concern, and it undermines Canadians' confidence, and it creates concern about the health of our democratic institutions. So Canadians want to know from the government, and they look today. I'm looking to the Parliamentary Secretary for a response. On what date can Canadians expect to see that foreign agent registry? That's one of the critical tools that are necessary to help restore Canadians' confidence in our democratic institutions. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to have the opportunity today to, for the sake of accuracy, remind the House of a few things in response to the honourable member's question. First, that I want to point out is that the agreement for the donation in question that he raises to the Trudeau Foundation was made in 2014 prior to the 2015 election. Let's remember that at that time, the Liberals were the third party in standing. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I'll remind my honourable colleague of Mr. Alexandre Trudeau's testimony at the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics on May 3rd of this year, in which he stated, quote, "I must insist that there was no foreign interference, no possibility of interference, and no intention or means of interference at or through the Trudeau Foundation. No state or individual ever attempted to influence the Canadian government through the foundation," end quote. Madam Speaker, we know that foreign interference and attempts by foreign actors to influence Canada's democracy is not a new phenomenon. That's why combating potential threats to our democratic systems has been at the heart of our government's priorities, and we have maintained a clear and ongoing commitment to protecting Canadian democracy. We are aware that threat actors have sought to erode trust in our democratic institutions and stoke tensions about government policies and decisions, and by targeting politicians, political parties, and media outlets. Threat actors do this to influence public opinion and ultimately advance their interests. And that's why our security and intelligence agencies continue to support an integrated government response to those threats. Every day, Canada's security agencies, including the RCMP, undertake the work that Canadians expect of them to ensure continued protection of Canadians and our democracy. Attempts to interfere in Canada's domestic affairs should not and will not be tolerated. We will continue to protect our sovereignty and our democracy. And on September 7th, 2023, our government announced a public inquiry into foreign interference in the federal electoral processes and democratic institutions. This announcement followed extensive consultations and agreements with all political parties represented in the House of Commons. And the Honourable Justice Marie-Josée Hogue was given a mandate to examine and address foreign interference by China, Russia, and other foreign states or non-state actors, including any potential impacts on the 2019 and 2021 federal elections. Justice Hogue is also mandated to assess the capacity of federal entities to detect, deter, and counter foreign interference targeting Canada's democratic processes, and to make any recommendations she deems appropriate to better protect Canada's democratic processes from foreign interference. And Madam Speaker, I'd also like to note that the government has, in addition, announced that we support, as the member has raised, we support moving forward with a foreign agent registry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, the saying goes, you eat an elephant one bite at a time, and I'm happy to hear from the parliamentary secretary that we've we've convinced the government to take a small bite, but what we need to know is when. When are they going to implement that foreign agent registry? You need to be registered in this country to lobby for the food bank, but we don't register or require registration of people who are paid by foreign governments who are operating on our soil with the interests of their foreign government, like the dictatorships in Beijing. It took them months, the better part of a year, with all kinds of time wasted on their special rapporteur process to actually name the justice that is going to be responsible for the inquiry into foreign interference. What I'd like from the parliamentary secretary this evening, reassure Canadians on what date will they introduce legislation for the foreign agent registry.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak once again on this important issue. We have already identified that we will be moving forward with a foreign agent registry. We've mentioned many steps that we're taking to protect our democracy, as it is incredibly important to us. It is not new to Canada. What I find interesting about the member opposite's speech is just some weeks ago, we had a very serious presentation by the Prime Minister of very serious allegations about questions of democracy, of a murder taking place on Canadian soil by a Canadian. And Madam Speaker, we had a take note debate, and on those grounds of an attempted foreign interference in our democracy, why were Conservatives silent in that take note debate? Why has the member opposite not even mentioned what has happened here and the potential impacts of India's involvement in that murder? Shameful.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually this evening to pursue a question I initially asked on May 8th of this year, 2023. That question related to electoral reform, and specifically I was picking up on the fact that just in the previous weekend at the Liberal Party Policy Convention, Liberals had adopted a resolution very close to a motion that had been put forward by my Green colleague, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, and now the NDP as well, another motion put forward very similar from the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, calling for a citizens' assembly. So the Liberal Party gathered in Ottawa and voted for holding a citizens' assembly to investigate electoral reform. The Prime Minister's initial response to the media was that there was no consensus, his language, to pursue a citizens' assembly on electoral reform. When the Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions and Member of Parliament for Beausejour responded to me on that day back in May, he reiterated this notion that there wasn't consensus for a citizens' assembly. So let's just frame tonight's debate around this central point. And I do want to stop and thank the grassroots campaigners who are nonpartisan citizen activists in Fair Vote Canada for pursuing this matter and demonstrating the majority of Canadians want to see a citizens' assembly. To say there's no consensus around getting rid of first past the post, as Prime Minister says, I think that's debatable, but it is a move to a different voting system. But to say there's no consensus and therefore we won't pursue a method to find consensus is absurd. The Citizens' Assembly, a nonpartisan Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform, is for the very purpose of finding consensus, bringing Canadians together who are chosen randomly. Citizens' assemblies are a really fascinating tool in democracies. Canada has used them on this topic, but only at the provincial level. There's great support for moving to a Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. By the way, Madam Speaker, 8 times since 1921, this House or various law commissions have studied first past the post, and in every instance since 1921, nobody pulled together, nobody as in a group of people, a House of Commons committee, and so on, have never found that first past the post is an appropriate system for Canada. And that's because ever since the early 1920s, we have not been a two party system. We've had 3, 4, and now in this House, 5 parties. And therefore, in an electoral system with a first past the post system, inevitably, invariably, the vote is distorted between the popular vote and the seat count. We have always had, especially as I said, since 1921, every authority that has studied the matter has said first past the post doesn't work for Canada. But to find the new system, to develop that consensus, a citizens' assembly is an excellent tool. And I found it bizarre to be told in question period that we didn't have consensus on the tool to find consensus. And I note parenthetically, Madam Speaker, that it appears to me that the Prime Minister will not think there's consensus on anything until everyone agrees with him. And that is not a tool for consensus. We absolutely must have fair voting so that Canadians have confidence that the way they cast their vote has an impact on the result. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll turn it to the Parliamentary Secretary for her response. Thank you.
Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I know she is incredibly passionate about this topic, and I do enjoy listening to her, and I take her feedback very seriously. I also wish her well so that she can be with us here together. Madam Speaker, we are committed to strengthening Canada's democratic institutions, our electoral system, the fundamental rules determining how votes are translated into the seats in the House of Commons is one of the most foundational pieces of our democracy. Among many things, it provides Canadians with a direct connection to their members of Parliament, who must work with each other to develop national policy and make political decisions while engaging and remaining accountable to their constituents in an increasingly digital and connected Canada. Our current first-past-the-post system is not perfect, as the member acknowledges and raises crucial points, but no system is. It has served Canada well for over 150 years and continues to advance the democratic values that Canadians want reflected in their system of government. This includes strong local representation, stability, and accountability. How Canadians vote and how we govern ourselves is fundamentally important and impacts us all. Given this, the government's view has been very clear. Any major reforms to the electoral system should not be made without the broad support of Canadians. We consulted very broadly with Canadians, and a clear preference for a new electoral system, let alone a consensus, did not emerge. Therefore, the government decided not to proceed. However, the government has continued to work to improve Canada's federal electoral process. Notably, in 2018, the government introduced the Elections Modernization Act, which represented a significant reform of the Canada Elections Act. Parliament passed this important legislation, which modernized the electoral process, making it easier for Canadians to participate in elections and further bolstering Canadians' trust and confidence in Canada's world-class and independently administered electoral system. For example, Madam Speaker, these changes made the federal electoral process more accessible by reducing barriers for persons with all types of disabilities, Canadians living abroad, and Canadian Armed Forces members so they can vote and participate more fully in the electoral process. It has also made it easier for Canadians to vote by giving the Chief Electoral Officer additional flexibility to run elections more efficiently, reducing wait times, as well as extending the hours for advanced polls and the use of mobile polls to better serve remote and isolated communities. Madam Speaker, I'd also note that the supply and confidence agreements established in March 2022 between the leader of the NDP and the Prime Minister included several commitments aimed at maintaining the health of Canada's democracy and removing potential barriers to voting and participation. We will continue to work with Elections Canada to explore ways to expand the ability for people to vote, including improving the process of mail-in ballots. These are just some of the important issues that the government is focused on to deliver for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Oh, the honourable member doesn't have her mic on. Still not on.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. May I begin again?
Yes.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary made the claim that First Past the Post has served Canada well. I had the honour to serve on the all-party select committee that studied the matter of electoral reform, and we heard from many experts that First Past the Post does not serve Canada well, including former Chief Electoral Officer Jean-Pierre Kingsley and Professor Emeritus Peter Russell, among many experts. First Past the Post distorts results and leaves frustrated, unhappy voters. But when we say we're committed to strengthening democracy, I would urge the Parliamentary Secretary to reflect on contributing to public cynicism and how that hurt Canada's democracy. When the Liberals left from third place to win a majority in 2015, it was largely because they promised 2015 would be the last election under First Past the Post. I note they've resurrected the 2015 election promise to get rid of GST on rentals. Time to bring back the 2015 election promise to fix our voting system.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again, I appreciate my colleagues' input. I can say that even during that time when Canadians were being consulted, I too held consultations in my own riding. And even at those meetings, it was very difficult as everybody has very different opinions and are passionate about what is the best electoral process for Canada. And as I stated in my earlier remarks, the government felt very strongly that unless we had widespread consensus that changing a such a significant tool of our democracy would not be able to move forward. But in my last remaining seconds, Madam Speaker, I will say we are deeply committed to making the electoral process better and fair. And I know the PROC committee is also looking at this, and we welcome additional comments and conversations on how we can make improvements to our electoral system.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On June 9, 2023, I asked the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship if Canada was operating an apartheid-era visa process in our High Commission in South Africa. Madam Speaker, Canadians are proud of our country's role in contributing to the end of apartheid, and I think they would be shocked to know that there are High Commission staff who are perpetuating the racial injustices of apartheid in our name. Canada's immigration system has been facing challenges in recent years, and it's been overwhelmed with visa applicants experiencing really long processing times. While there's been improvement in some countries, it seems it's worsened in South Africa. Madam Speaker, my office has been inundated with calls from family and friends of South Africans who have faced visa wait times well beyond what applicants elsewhere face. In India, a very busy mission, Canadian officials can turn around a visa request in a month. And in the Philippines, it's done in only 29 days. However, the current processing time for a visitor visa in South Africa now stands at 115 days, or nearly 4 months. There's something clearly wrong. Weddings and funerals are being missed. Children are fighting illnesses without their parents. This is unacceptable to me and the diverse constituents I represent. Madam Speaker, there are also really real economic consequences as visa delays and denials also impact on work and study permits. Canadian employers are losing critically needed South African talent. A health authority with a long backlog for surgeries, lost a new surgeon that they had vetted and wanted to hire and is being forced to transfer patients for treatment in the United States. Immigration insiders have referred to this as Canada's Africa problem. Indeed, accusations of systemic racism have been levied at various visa posts around the world, including in Pretoria. And sadly, systemic racism among Canadian institutions is real, and IRCC is not immune to this often invisible disease. Madam Speaker, in May 2022, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration released a parliamentary report that revealed, quote, systemic racism, end quote, within IRCC that actually resulted in discriminatory results against people of color. That's unacceptable. Madam Speaker, immigration, like everything else, should be merit-based. It shouldn't matter what the color of your skin is. Canadian media have widely reported on visa issues vis-a-vis South Africa. And the government of Canada has undertaken anti-racism training, which is great. However, we don't know the impact of these new trainings. One inconvenient truth is some Canadian missions will delegate visa decision-making to locally engaged staff at non-priority visa posts. In the case of South Africa, I was told Canada relies predominantly on white local staff to accept or refuse applications from predominantly Black and Indian South Africans. Madam Speaker, on September 12, 2023, on my own personal expense, I met Chris Cooter, Canada's High Commissioner in Pretoria, South Africa, to ascertain the reason for abnormally high visa refusal rates among Black and Indian South Africans. And unbelievably, the High Commissioner informed me he was not aware of racism issues. Understandably, I was disappointed by his response. Indeed, why would there be global anti-racism training, including in South Africa, if such training were not needed? And indeed, why would a parliamentary report talk about systemic racism within IRCC if it didn't exist? Madam Speaker, the Canadian government must get to the bottom of this. Canada stood up for Africa during the dark days of apartheid. And as a son of refugees, I feel a duty to ensure that future generations of new Canadians receive the same warmth, compassion, and equity that my family got. So, Madam Speaker, who am I to believe? The government, an IRCC committee report, or an out-of-touch High Commissioner?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigrations, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this important issue. I want to make it clear that any instance of racism or discrimination at IRCC is absolutely unacceptable. Following the honourable member's question in June, we investigated the selection practices within South Africa High Commission and determined that discrimination and racism should not be taking place. As filtering visa application by race does not occur, IRCC neither requests nor collects information on applicants' race. These protocols were established to ensure maximum oversight and minimum risk of systemic discrimination in all operations. Indeed, the team in Pretoria has approved nearly 9 in 10 temporary residence applications filed by South Africans national since 2018. With the exception of the pandemic year of 2020 and 2021, approval rates in Pretoria are higher in 2023 across all temporary resident lines of business compared to 2019. We recognize that addressing systemic racism and discrimination, whether overt or covert, requires constant and ongoing vigilance. We have a moral obligation to address institutional racism and end discrimination across government. Though we continue to make progress on this front, there is more work to be done. IRCC hired independent research firm Pollara in 2021 and 2023 to examine the department's anti-racism efforts and how we can do better to serve clients of all backgrounds. While the results from Polara's latest study, published in August, show progress, there's still more we can do to prevent discrimination and promote equity and inclusion in our staffing and procedures worldwide. We have also created action plans for each area of programming to help identify and eliminate racism in program and service delivery. We currently analyzing disaggregated data on race and racism in our workforce, collected through our surveys, and we created new impact assessment tools, bias identification methodology, guidance and training to address racial disparity, across our program and procedures. We also announced in August the creation of an equity secretariat with an ombudsman office that will support safe and independent channels to report incidents of racism and discrimination. This will be an accessible, neutral, and respected resources for our employees worldwide. Finally, all IRCC employees receive training on inclusion and diversity. Our staff in Pretoria completed not only this comprehensive training, but also training adapted to include a specific focus on their clientele in April. The migration program manager in Pretoria additionally participated in workshop in Canada in January and included training on anti-racism. Madam Speaker, as outlined, we are taking various steps to address systemic racism within IRCC and ensure that we are promoting diversity and inclusion in all our efforts. Though there is more work to be done, IRCC takes seriously our responsibility to our employees, clients, and everyone we serve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary talks about training. Great. The issue is, what is the result? I will tell him what the result is. In May of 2022, Canada was host to the World AIDS Summit. There were African delegates invited to our country on Canadian government letterhead who could not get visas that were immensely delayed or outright rejected. In October of 2022, Toronto, my city, was supposed to be host to the Gabon Canada Trade and Investment Forum. Not a single delegate from Africa invited on Canadian government letterhead was able to secure a visa. How do you reconcile these two? There is a clear problem, and if this government doesn't act, it's going to be escalated. We as a country cannot afford any more international embarrassment. More importantly, what's happening is not living up to our standards or our values. What is this government going to do to address this issue before it gets worse?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recent investigation of Pretoria office determined that visa applications are not and cannot be filtered by race. Their diverse selection team has, in fact, been approving nearly 9 in 10 temporary resident applications filed by South African nationals since 2018. With the exception of the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021, approval rates are now higher across all temporary residents' line of business compared to 2019. However, IRCC is constantly working to eliminate systemic discrimination and racism and promote equity in our staffing and procedure worldwide through independent research, training, a newly created equity secretariat, and other measures. This work remains ongoing. We will continue to address systemic racism within our institute and ensure transparency in our process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good evening, everyone. And I'd like to also wish a happy birthday to my daughter, Mindy.